think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. Coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane? It's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it, I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it all. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. Coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne.
Stewart here with another late night THFC rant. My name is Will Stewart. You are watching THFC Rant Show. Loss of 3-2 at Old Trafford today, and Cristiano Ronaldo. What can you say? But before we bring our folks into the back, from the back into the show today, we got to talk about our folks that make this show possible. We've got our Patreon members and our YouTube members. I'm just trying to pull up the new list here. Where'd it go? There it is. And the folks who are part of the show, great members of the show, Patreon members, you can get those from over at patreon.com/THFCRants. We got Mama Coates, Wayne Bonner, Tony Go Gogma, Alex Burton, Bob Spur TV, John N., and William Wilkinson. YouTube members, we got the Captain Wayne Bonner, along with Williams Ranger, Sai Says, Danny Kiriakou, Tony Go, Dave Jones, Tottenham Tantrum Gold. Make sure you subscribe to his channel if you haven't already. John Langford, Matthew THFC Collins, Karen McDonald, Chapster 30, David Eunice, Scott M, Matt Hayes, the Tottenham blog. If you need transfer information, that's the place to go. The True Sets Free, AMZO, Daza Hotspur, and Aaron Dub. Also, too, pick yourself up some meme merch over at www.thfcrants.com. That's where the good stuff is. Well, let's start bringing in some guests here. And, you know how we'd like to do it over here on THFC Rants. The first guest, back from the UK. I like to call him the preacher. Brian Daigle's in the house. Everybody in the comments.
The preacher.
The preacher. Show him some love, or the rabbi, whichever you prefer.
Either one, mate. I've been called a lot worse. But look at this, mate. All the lights are on. There is no curfew. I have all the time in the world, and the second that I did, I had to come back onto the Will Stewart THFC Ranch show, where I had my first official meltdown on YouTube. Right. It's good to be back, brother. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's been a rough day. Obviously, every time we lose, everybody's got their panties in a bunch. But we're here tonight. Do some Spurs therapy. We got another guest in the house here. He's also from Canada, or I guess you're not from Canada, but you live in Canada. Even when Kane is non-existent, he still likes to apologize for him.
What's up, guys?
What up, Dietrich? Long time no speak, brother. You good?
Yeah, I'm good. You?
Yeah, good. Let you know, me and Ireland are planning to come to Ottawa Spurs for a game one day before the end of the season.
I'll be here, brother. Just hit me up and we'll do something together.
1,000,000%, brother.
I'm going to go ahead and throw the link in the chat for folks to be able to come on and join the show with us too. I put it in the WhatsApp groups, but I forgot to put it in the Hootie Bahooter, the chat.
The Hootie Bahooter?
Yeah, the Hootie Bahooter.
What if I missed, Will? When did this become the Hootie Bahooter?
It's just one of those things that you say when you can't think of it off the top of your head when you're trying to speak, open up other windows, and run a live stream all at one time.
Okay, I thought you were trying to say Hootie and the Blowfish.
Hootie and the Blowfish, that'll work too. The Hootie Bahooter, it's kind of a thing in my family. I get it from my mom. We like to make up funny words for things that don't make sense.
Well, that's a good one.
You can ask Mama Coates in the chat. And let's see.
Brian, this country missed you.
Oh, mate, I miss. Do you know what it is? When I'm in England, so when I'm here, I miss the people in England. I miss the Tottenham community. I miss going to Spurs. I miss being part of that, and I miss obviously my nephews and my niece more than life itself. But when I'm in England, I miss everything inside it, but I actually miss Canada. I don't miss England. When I'm in England, I miss what's inside it. When I'm in England, I miss Canada and what's inside it.
Did you miss the weather?
No, I did not miss winter. That's the one. No. Although I will say it started snowing a bit today and yesterday.
What happened there?
But mate, I have to say, I mean, Dietrich, you probably saw it when I arrived at Pearson on Sunday afternoon, mate. I had my Canadian winter jacket on, thinking the worst. I had a thick hoodie on. I came out of security waiting for my wife to come pick me up with the mother-in-law, and I literally had to take everything off until a t-shirt. I was like, what the hell? And then within a day, it was back to type.
But here's the we got the man in the house. He's already tweeted me letting me know that today's rant is going to be something for the ages. The mountain man, Kieran from Spurs After Dark, is in the house. Folks in the comments, show him some love.
Hey up, Kieran. Long time no speak, brother.
Yeah, same, Brian. Good to see you again, and welcome back to the new world, the Western Hemisphere.
Always good to be back.
Good to see you, Kieran.
Good to see you as well, Dietrich.
So
although I'm not actually seeing you this time. I'm not actually seeing you.
Yeah, I heard you accidentally reveal yourself. I haven't gone back in the clip to get it yet.
But well, if you remember my first time I went on the stream, I did put my camera on. You have to look back in the past.
I'll have to look back. I think I remember that once. Yeah, I remember the first time. But that was a long time ago, man.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
So I think, Brian, if you have some words prepared, I think you should go first, seeing as this is your triumphant return to the Rants channel.
I wouldn't say I've got words. I mean, one thing I will say is I had Brian Daigle, the musical, on We Are Tottenham TV today.
Yeah, that was great.
And still asked me the question about where do we go from here, and how do you say what's going on, and how we're allowing this to happen, and why are people allowing this to happen. And then I gave a rendition of Old McLeavy had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, with a bar here and a bar there. Here a bar, there a bar, everywhere a bar. Old McLeavy had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Mate, it's got to the point now. I mean, David's been saying it in the chat. Loads of people have been saying it in the chat that they're not even pissed off. They're not even shocked. They're not even disappointed. It's to be expected, and the fact that we're not pissed off pisses me off. That's where we've got. This is how deep this is going now.
I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Brian, I'm pissed.
Do you know? It's gone past. I can understand why people are pissed, but I get annoyed when people think, like I said, that win against Everton. And don't get me wrong, it was a wonderful performance. It was a great. I would say it was a wonderful performance. We got the job done, and we looked clinical. And there are passages of play and moments in that game where we looked unbelievable. And that should be used as a springboard to then start building to try and at least get this top four that I don't think is ever going to happen. But now that could have been the springboard to build on something. And now it's just, well, that was a great performance. There you go. That's it. Let's release the DVD.
I got you, but I got to bring him in. So, Brian, since you're back, I don't know if you watch the shows, but now we have this thing. So, like, when you hear the music start to rise, it means there's somebody in the back. You did a great job. You wrapped up the thought, but I just wanted to let you know because you've been around for a while. So throughout the show, when you hear the music volume start to rise, that means there's somebody in the back.
Mate, I was away for 3 months, not 3 years. What the hell is going on here?
Hey, the production's getting a little. You know, you gotta be efficient with it. But we've got him in the back. My favorite Brazilian. Don't tell Marcelo. Thiago from Talking Ball, show him your love in the comments.
Hey,
Thiago can't stand the center backs anymore, baby.
True.
But before you do it, first time caller to the show, Brian, you might know this guy. Tagged us on Twitter. The Cookie Crushers in the house. first time caller to the show. Welcome to the show, Cookie Crusher.
Hello,
Are you there?
hello. Can everybody hear me?
Hello. Good job, man.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How's everybody doing?
All good. Oh yeah, kind
All
of.
good.
Isn't it I cannot hear anything from the...
Cookie Crusher's volume's a little bit low.
Yeah.
But sounds like he's on a phone or something like that. But that's cool. I'm sure. Get it figured out. But where's your buddy Colin at today? How's Colin doing, Tiago?
He's good. He's recovering well. I mean, he has a huge thing here on his shoulder, but he's doing well. He's now on bed rest, but he will be back soon.
That's good. That's good. I got that thing finally in the mail, that audio stuff for him, so he should have that soon.
That music in the background was actually quite banging. It's got me head bopping in the background, mate. You've done well. You've done well on your backing music, mate.
Yeah, I got good sources, you know. So,
Good job.
But let's see here. Turn off the guest light because we don't need that. But today on the match today, I mean, what did you guys? For me, I just thought, to me, it was a case of poor defense to me, and the front three
shit.
incongruency being less than beneficial. But I think, to me, I was actually impressed with Man United's defense. I thought they were very organized for the match. It's not like we don't have players with quality. So if they're below their level, we have the quality to hurt people, and they kept us quiet.
We did nothing. We did nothing.
Yeah, exactly, Dietrich.
It's
you're
not.
right.
It's not a matter of not
didn't
doing
do
nothing.
anything.
No, we did
Kulu
nothing.
Kulu was the only one who showed any kind of
Exactly,
any
we
kind of
did nothing.
trickery, any kind of ability to make something happen, to just send a man the wrong way, to just pull something out of the bag
then
and
by
make
that,
something happen.
hold on, but Kieran,
He was
by
the
that
only
you
one
would
of the
say
front three.
okay. So by that you would say that he had the most dribbles and he had the most progressive passes, right?
No.
No.
Hold on. From what you just said, him making an effort to get past the man, do tricks of what? Right? To get past the man and to be the most
It's not that
to
he
do something.
attempted the most times. It's the fact that
No,
he
completed.
He looked dangerous. He looked dangerous on the ball more so than the other two of the front three. I thought Kane and Son were poor. Son got in behind a few times, but
more than a few.
He got in behind quite a few times, but
balls were never there.
He couldn't. His first touch was poor. He couldn't handle it.
No, not first touch was poor.
No,
the balls weren't there.
There
No,
were a
no,
couple
no, no,
times-
no, no,
he-
no, no.
There were a couple times.
Which
where
one?
Not necessarily on the balls in behind, but other parts where he was just
Okay, so then what I'm
he was
saying
slipping and falling and
he fell
and
twice.
losing.
No, we
It's
didn't
still-
twice.
Twice.
He slipped. He fell twice. He slipped more than twice. He just clearly didn't have. I don't know if he didn't have very good traction. Honestly, the whole thing today, I felt like, we can point to specific areas of the team, but in my opinion, what it was just spineless. They were terrified of going to Old Trafford and having to play this big game. Kane and Son looked like a lot of times they were trying too hard to make something happen because they wanted to win so badly and they were overthinking it. And I think that's why Son and Kane both missed chances because they were overthinking it. They weren't being instinctual. In strikers, goal scorers, finishers, they're best when they rely on their instincts, and they were not doing that. They were overthinking everything. And the defense was doing the same thing. The defense was overthinking everything as well and ended up being completely disorganized because everybody's trying so hard not to fuck up that they fuck up, instead of just playing the game and doing their jobs individually and as units and partnerships across the pitch. It was poor. It was poor. We had all that possession and the chances we created a lot of chances and just not clinical. The final ball was never there, or it was a poor touch or a poor pass. It was just a poor shot. Everything. It was it was atrocious, honestly, because it was a very winnable game. For most of the game, it was a very winnable game, and pissed it away. They were cowardly. That's the most frustrating thing for me.
We'll get back into it, but let's bring him in. The most sensible and rational Canadian that I've ever met. The King, Abdul Kareem.
Oh,
Going on?
what's going on?
Pick him up in the chat.
Long time, Abdul.
You hear me? You guys hear me?
We got you.
Yeah,
We got you.
Loud and clear.
All right. I have this cheap ass mic. I'm just letting my other mic just charge up until then.
Can you
It's
please?
actually not that bad.
Can you please tell Cody to come on? Like I need his help.
Why, you can't handle me on your own, Dietrich? Is that what
No,
you're
I
trying to
can't.
say?
No,
you got
no,
a
you
tag
pissed-
team? You
no,
got a
you
double
pissed-
team me?
Yeah, you pissed me off.
But no, I just think that you guys look. People, when we lose people's agendas, their preconceived
no.
notions, their confirmation bias is in full effect. And tonight is definitely one of those
Bro,
nights.
I even said Kane was shit. Like coming from me, I even said he was shit.
He was awful. He was
okay,
absolutely terrible.
Kane
and-
was better than Kulu.
No,
I
that's what- no,
disagree.
I
disagree.
disagree. Too. I think Kulu. Do you remember how he dribbled Sancho? I like how much he created. Did you see his first touch? This guy was incredible. This game.
He had one dribble,
No,
the
but-
whole time, and he only
He
tried
wasn't
to.
incredible,
No,
but he was the best out of the front three.
So hold on. He had one successful dribble, and he only attempted two. And
No,
you're telling me he did all of this stuff?
No, but wait. Was he the one that got us the penalty? Was it from him? The
Yeah.
cross? Yeah, but that's because of him we got a goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's more than Kane and Son.
Yeah, you
could
got
do.
an assist.
He also created the chance that Son missed in the second half.
Exactly.
You mean the bad pass behind Son?
No, it wasn't a bad pass.
Yes,
man.
it was. Even the announcers on
That
TV
wasn't a
said it
bad
was a bad pass. Oh,
Do you
stop.
know what? Whether it was a bad pass or not, someone of Son's class.
He should have been able to
Should-
handle that.
No, pulling the
No,
ball
no,
from
no,
behind
no.
him. No, now you're being
Well,
unreasonable.
no, I wasn't going to say should have scored. Should have had a better shot. I'm not saying, and that's not just. I'm not just saying because that's Son. If that was Kane, if anyone had had that exact same shot,
I would say the
I
same
would have
thing.
said as a professional footballer, you should have been able to adjust your. It's not because I'm not saying it because it's Son.
Aye.
When a ball comes from behind, and it was a little bit behind him. There's no.
There's no
defending that.
doubt.
There's no
It's
doubt, but
objectively
that's the word I was
clear.
looking
It's
for.
crystal clear that he's
But
the
was
ball.
not
He
it
had
was not
collected the
best
ball
ball.
from behind him and slid it up and then shot.
It was not the best of balls, but I think the finish could have been better, and I would have said that if that had been any player on the pitch.
And the fact he got the
That's God. Sorry.
Also,
Dietrich,
there were
sorry.
several.
Hold on. You guys realize that attempt, that chance, wasn't even classified as a big chance.
but it is a big chance.
It wasn't.
No, if he scored that, the game could have
is a big
changed.
chance?
So it is a
The
big chance.
XG. Okay, so the XG was low enough, right? That was not considered a big chance.
No, but in the world of football, that is a big chance.
No,
Like,
in the
nobody
world of
does-
football, it
but-
wasn't a big chance.
Is it-
No, it is.
XO, come on. XG is not the be all and
It's
end all. of
subjective,
it.
man.
It's
What
not-
you consider a
it's
big
not.
chance or not. That could have easily been classified
No, but
as a big
like,
chance.
in the-
I've seen numerous players score from
Okay,
those
they have
opportunities.
criteria.
And if
Hold
it
on.
was a better
There is
pass,
a-
it would have been
there-
a
hold
better
on.
chance. But
Hold on.
still, I mean,
There is an
it-
objective criteria for what is classified a big chance and not a big chance.
No, I
Sorry.
know.
Okay, but
No,
it's
we're-
a big chance for Son
No, but my
because
point
he's
is, like,
Son. Because
here's
he's
what
a
I'm trying to say,
world-class
right?
player,
What-
a world-class finisher. What a big chance is for a world-class player is
How many
totally
shots on
different
goal, shots
what a
on
big
target?
chance for an average player is.
How many
Can't
shots,
use a-
period,
a-
did Kulizeski take today?
No, but that wasn't his job today. This job
He
was
wasn't
to
taking
create-
remember
many
that.
shots.
My
Yeah,
main-
he was
the
mostly
main-
putting balls into the box, and
Exactly.
he cut the ball back and put balls into the
Other
box
than the
several
penalty,
times,
other than
and
the
there was
penalty, hold on.
nobody in the box. And
Other
that's
than the
not
penalty,
on him.
hold on. Other than the penalty, how many shots did Harry Kane have on target or off target today?
I think 0. Because he did nothing. That's what
Okay,
I'm
and how
trying
many
to
did
say.
Son have?
Four.
No, but that wasn't good enough from Son too.
No, you
Like,
can't.
it doesn't-
Listen, the main
look at-
criticism I have from Son is, listen, Son. The only thing Son was doing, he was listen. We like it when he's making these runs off the ball, and he kind of stretches the game at point. But as sometimes you need to pick the ball up from your midfield, and you need to be.
He
like
did
a
come
typical-
deep.
No. Listen, you need to be like a typical winger, the same way how Jadon Sancho was picking.
But he
the
doesn't
ball
play
up.
a typical winning winger.
You need to
But he
adjust your
can't do
game
it.
in these
He
games. You need
can't
to
do
adjust
it.
your
can't.
game
No,
style.
He
What do
can't
you
do
mean?
it.
stop.
He
He's
can.
playing as an attacking midfielder
No.
that is not the Conte system. His job is not to get wide.
It's
It's
not
not.
the Conte system.
His
When he
job-
has the
hold
ball,
on.
but he got the ball at wide situation. Okay, continue. Bro.
He
His
can
job
drift out
is
wide,
to
but
his job. Hold on. His job is to have his back to goal and link play and progress play forward from the inverted inside.
But he's not.
That's
good
his
at
job. He's not a winger. You're right.
But
He's not
it's
as good as some
but
people at that
Will,
position.
it's
Is that
obvious
good?
that
But that's
Conte
what
has
Conte asked him to do.
adjusted-
Hold on. No,
it's obvious that
obvious.
Conte
Hold on.
has
Stop.
adjusted
Hold
the
on.
system
Stop.
to
Hold
get
on. Stop.
Son
No.
in
No. No.
behind
No. No.
more often.
No.
Yet-
Hold on. Stop. Even Conte himself, today with his own lips, laughed at Alistair Gold when Alistair Gold said Son was playing poorly. He said that last week Son was devastating, and today he played good, and that he was working hard and doing exactly what he wanted him to do.
But Will, do you?
That's from his own lips.
No, wait. Do you really think that Conte is gonna
Yes.
go in front? No, wait.
When
Do
does
you
Conte puff people up for no reason? If
He
Conte
never-
was unhappy with Son, he would say it.
He would never do that. That's
He
not
has
Mourinho.
always done that before.
He never did that. He's not Mourinho. He's not gonna say, "Yo, you know what?"
He doesn't
Son
call out
was
players
shit.
in the media. No, Conte does not call out players in the
doesn't call
media
out-
individually. He doesn't do it.
And if you look, no, wait. Even if you look
Then
at
who
his
did he wanna
press
kill?
conference, I don't remember. Once, I think it was Alice de Gaulle once said, "Oh, what do you make of Kulu's performance?" He never said Kulu played well. He always said the team played.
No, Cody, his comments are subjective. That's his opinion.
So don't say
When he laughs at Alistair Gold, hold on. When Alistair Gold has his narrative to say Son was the worst player on the pitch today, that was Alistair Gold's rating for him today. A
But that-
4.
Well, I
the
disagree
worst
with
player
that.
on the
He
pitch.
was the
Hold
worst.
on.
He was the worst.
That's how he rated him.
wasn't the
Rated him
worst.
lower than Doherty, lower than the Davies,
No, but that's-
lower than Dyer, lower than everyone else.
But that's
Gave
what-
him a 4. That was Alistair Gold's agenda. And when Alistair Gold asked the question in the press conference, Conte laughed at him.
But
Would you
Will-
like me to play it?
No, but Will.
Okay.
I
No,
trust.
that's
No,
not what
wait,
we're
wait.
saying.
I trust you, but let's be honest. Like Son sets a standard. Like if Doherty is shit, we all know he's shit. But if Son is shit, we're gonna say, "Oh, what is wrong with him?" Like if he's playing like shit, like it's more obvious. That's what
It's
he's
more,
trying
it's
to
more
do.
glaring when Son.
Exactly.
Look,
Exactly.
no, hold on. Let me ask you a question. I don't understand. Hold on.
The worst player on the
Hold
pitch.
on. That's what Alistair Gold. That's the narrative Alistair Gold spreading.
But we're not.
I know, that's
agreeing
fine.
with that.
Like,
That's
We're not-
fine.
nobody here is saying
Well,
that.
hold on.
Nobody here
You have to
is
understand.
saying
Hold
that
on.
he was the worst
You have to
player.
understand. I'm coming off of a whole day in that WhatsApp group of people, including Dietrich, including Cody in the comments, saying he was trash today.
He was trash, just like Kane. Kane was trash. Son
wasn't, bro.
Doherty was trash. Dyer was trash. Davies
By
was
their
trash.
by
They
their
were all
standards. By their standards, they
So
were
if
very
hold on.
poor.
So let's
By
just.
Kane and Son's standards, on average.
What is
across
that
how they've
standard
done-
on average? I disagree.
Take your per 90
That is
stats,
hard.
average
Okay, per
across
90%. Okay, perfect. I'm
Okay,
glad
take
you
that
mentioned
and
Kieran. Hold on,
average-
Kieran.
Listen,
Hold on,
take
Kieran.
that and create an average over the last 3 years of their careers.
It's already
and
been done.
That is their standard.
why did you
Hold on,
do
hold
that?
on,
That
Kieran.
is their
Hold on,
standard.
Kieran. Stop.
Not,
Let me
not
answer.
metrics that
Hold
are
on,
based
Kieran.
on all football
That's fine.
players, which is what a lot of the metrics you're
no,
using
no,
are.
Stop. I'm not. Okay. That work's already been done for me. If you go look at Son's average on SofaScore, right? 7.3. Today he scored a 7.1. That is less than a 10% difference. Less than a 10% difference from his average performance.
But you honestly think he was a 7.1?
Based on-
Let's
Yes.
be honest.
Can-
No.
Can I ask you a question, though?
When you start,
Can I
when
ask you
you start,
something, bro?
no, when you
Yeah.
start, you get a 6. You
Hold on.
honestly tell me he was playing better.
Yes.
No, he wasn't.
Go ahead, Cookie. Go ahead, Crusher.
Like you say on SofaScore it was a 7.1, but based
Yep.
on what you saw, would you have given him a 7.1?
Yes.
No, boy,
No.
you just being
Would you
biased.
say that? Wait, let me.
I would've given him a
hold on,
7.
Hold on. Would you say? Hold on. Would you say
Yeah.
he was just 2.9 points off of a perfect performance?
2.9 points off a perfect performance.
Yeah, like I think he means like
So,
something.
yeah,
like
Yes,
that.
so hold on, hold
is
on.
perfect.
Hold on. Here's the problem with your definition, right? With that particular example, the type of rating that Alistair Gold gives, which is just an opinion rating, right? 10 is perfect, 9 is great, 8 is good, 7 is okay, 6 is average, 5 is poor,
But
4
nobody-
is bad. Hold on. The difference between that type of a score. Hold on. The difference between that type of a score and a Sofa score is it doesn't matter. Players don't get to 10. I've never seen a 10 performance on a Sofa score.
Yes, we did.
Hold on,
We
I've
already
never seen somebody below 4. Okay, the way SofaScore works is it starts with a 5, and each particular event that happens in a game, each positive statistic, you get plus points, and every negative statistic, you minus points off your performance.
But Will,
So they're talking about your entire game over the whole performance, objectively based on the statistics that you achieved, right? Not on opinion, right? There's no extra bonus points for a win or a loss, right?
Can I just say one thing?
So there's a 7.1.
Oh, sorry, Cookie. Go on, you go, brother. No, you go, because you're talking about Son. I was going to talk about a different player who deserves a lot of criticism today, sir. So you carry on, Cookie, with the Son.
Okay, thanks.
And then I'm going to bring it in.
What I was going to say, right, is 7.1. What does that mean? Is that good, great, average, according to SofaScore? Because
so Son's average
is the base level. Now, but if 5 out of 10 is at the base level, then what's 7? Is that poor, just above average, good, great? What does that mean?
Isn't 6 the base level for SofaScore? I think
no,
6
it's not base level. So listen. So for SofaScore, each player has they get rated every single game, right? They get rated every single game that they play, home or away, whatever cup competition, and then that person's performances has an average. So Son's average SofaScore rating is a 7.27. Okay. So that's his average rating. So that means most of the time, if you want Son's average performance, he performs at a 7.27 level statistically. Today, he performed at a 7.1.
But Will,
okay? Against Middlesbrough, it was a 6.6.
Will, I have a question. No, wait. I have a question for you.
Yeah?
According to you, no. Without saying any stats, please. According to you, what you saw, did Bentancur play well, yes or no?
Did Bentancur play well today?
Yeah.
Yeah, he played decent.
He was shit and he got a 7.1.
Nah, he was not good. Bentancur
He was
not
shit.
Good, bro.
Nah, but
that's one thing I hate about
don't
these
be hyperbolic.
That's why
He was shit and crap.
He was decent.
He was garbage.
Who was
So
better?
did
Hold on. Who was better, Bentancur or Højbjerg?
No, in
Højbjerg.
general.
Okay,
Højbjerg was
so if the
shit.
statistics agree with Brian with the eye test, if the statistics validate that eye test, aren't the eye tests valid? Are statistics valid?
No, because how come?
No, hold on. Let me ask you this. Hold on. Before you go on to this thing, I want to ask you something. Why then, right, at the beginning of the year, when it was obvious to everyone that Harry Kane was having a bad run of form, I call it down tools, bad run of form for the first 14 weeks of the season.
Tools.
Why was that reflected in the statistics? But Son's current run of bad form that he's been on for the last 6, 7, 8 weeks isn't. If it's objectively true, the Son is in a bad run of form, why then does Harry Kane's obvious run of bad form reflected in the stats, but Son's isn't? You guys keep telling me every week, Son played bad, Son played bad, Son played bad, but the stats keep saying Son played good, Son played good, Son played good. Who's right?
No, Will, the stats aren't
Paul
right.
Pogba had a
That's the point.
6.2. How did Paul Pogba have a 6.2? But he was way better than Bentancur that game. He was twisting up Bentancur the entire game.
Bentancur was
in the midfield.
terrible in the first half.
Come on,
In
man.
the first half, Bentancur was
Giving Paul
terrible.
Because he
Pogba
lost
a
possession
6.2.
17 times.
It was Bentancur's
Bro, because he was
worst
taking
performance.
chances
No,
in the
wait,
midfield, man. You got to account for stuff.
It was Bentancur's worst performance in a Spurs shirt. Now, granted,
Exact-
there hasn't been many. It was his worst performance. But the
And he got-
person
Jadon Sancho had a 7.3. I thought he was way better than 7.3.
you haven't even mentioned the player that deserves the criticism today, and that is
Dyer?
one Sergio Reguilon.
He
He
was
was
Hey,
dog shit. He was
Yeah,
No, no,
Sergio
no, wait,
Reguilon had
today-
a below average performance.
no.
Today was worse than below average, and I've said this before. I don't know. I don't think I've said this on your channel, Will, because I haven't been on here obviously for a while. In my honest opinion, and this is going to go on for a bit. So I have it in my head that he already knows he's going to Madrid next season.
He's not
Yeah.
going.
He knows that Real Madrid are about to activate that, but I'm sure Real Madrid have informed them. This is just a
Yeah,
theory,
yeah.
like I said, of
Yeah,
mine.
he probably spoke to him.
And this
Stats
is
don't
why-
mislead. That is a
this-
baseless accusation that Cody's making.
This is why I said as well in January I was going mad that we didn't sign Luca Digne from
Way
Everton
more
because-
useful than Alistair Gold.
Because when Luca Digne was available, people were going, "Oh no,
Yeah.
but we have 3 left backs. We have 3 left backs."
Can I-
And it's like, well, no. First of all, Sessegnon can go forward to help Son if he gets injured or whatever. He can be another outlet left, and then you have 2 left backs, Reguilon and Digne. And Digne, one of his great things,
Yeah,
set
but he wouldn't.
pieces, set ball delivery, and
But
he
he
would go
wouldn't
in
fit
and
in
double.
Conte's system now,
He
Brian.
would go. He would fit in as a
He
wing
would,
back.
he
mate.
would.
He
He would
wouldn't play a
completely-
wing guy.
he would completely fit in as a wing back. And you know what? If Reguilon doesn't go,
I don't know if he's got the pace and stamina for that. But
Mate,
sorry, who are you talking about? Sorry, I don't quite get you. Who's the one that's going to replace
Reguilon was
Lucas Digne.
Luca Digne. I wanted at Spurs because obviously set pieces sorted, taken care of, deliveries from corners sorted. Literally, good defender, great going forward,
and consistent.
Exactly. You've seen what he's done at Everton,
and he's
the
well
thing is
more neat on the ball too.
Exactly, and we need competition for places. Even if you didn't push Sessegnon up, Sessegnon, as we know, has a terrible injury record at the moment that we've got to try and work out the hamstring issue. We've got to sort this out now. Some managers and medical teams can sort out a niggling injury, but I am convinced, and I mean convinced, that Reguilon is going back to Madrid. Absolutely convinced.
Can I say something about him specifically? Like, I'll never forget when I was the first one to call him out saying he was garbage. Everyone was telling me I was delusional. I didn't know anything. I was the first one to say this guy is not good enough to continue playing with Conte. Look at him. How many times does he get COVID? How many times does he get COVID? That's unacceptable. Can you please just stay out, man? Can you please?
Look, I've heard it all today. Hold on, wait, stop. I've heard it all today. Son was at fault today because he should have changed his boots when he was supposed to, even though nobody had no idea what studs he was wearing. And now it's Reguilon's fault that he catches COVID.
No.
All right, let's go.
No.
Come on now.
Well, with the Reguilon thing, we do know that he has violated the whole.
Not this season.
Before, but we know he's done it before. I'm just saying.
Okay, just because somebody's done before doesn't mean they've done it now.
No, but that's why I'm saying this. Like,
I'm not saying
deserves
that.
to be dropped, but not for that. Not for catching COVID or whatever.
No.
He deserves to get dropped though.
Abdul,
He deserves to get dropped because every time the dude gets near the box, he shits himself.
Hold on. Abdul, did he wear the wrong boots today?
No.
Did he wear the wrong boots today?
He wore the right boots. That's not that. But he was garbage because his ball control is not good though, and he's so nervous on the ball, man.
He pisses me off. He's garbage. He's getting pushed around all over the pitch, man. And people
so many times when Rashford was bodying this guy in the air, winning every aerial.
Cody thinks that Son falling down is his fault. The fact that the ground moved from out from underneath his feet is Son's fault. That's Son's fault. Hey, no, it's because he fell down unchallenged, right? Halting the attacking play, right? When the ground came out from under his foot, that's Son's fault. I didn't realize Son had the powers of God himself to be able to move the earth. Is he an earthbender?
Okay, I have a quick question. I have a quick question regarding for that. When Son fell down and basically he lost the ball, does that count as like dribbles lost or like possessions lost?
Possession lost. Absolutely.
That counts as one? Okay.
Yeah. One of his 13 times, the least amount of the front three by percentage. 25%. Son lost possession 25% of the time. Koo 28 and Kane 35.
And it just
I still think he needs to do more on the ball. I still think he needs to command more and draw and kind of
like the most dribbles, most passes, most progressive passes.
Well, here's the thing, Abdul, he can, and that's the thing. Every time he comes deep to receive, every time Son comes deep to receive the ball, he gets pressed, and he's awful with pressure at his back. He can't come back, receive the ball with pressure at his back. He's terrible. He loses possession every time, and that's just one part of his game that isn't refined because he's been playing most of his career as a wide winger.
Yes, man down. Yes, people are saying Son played bad because he fell down.
No, it's just one.
Yes, it is. No, shut up. Cody had said that 5 times. You said it too. That's how we got to the whole boot debate, which you guys told me I was wrong, and then nobody except me knew what kind of boots he was wearing and whether they were right or not.
But you see, that's your problem. That's one of your problems, Will. We're just giving criticism.
But listen, when you give criticism that's bullshit, and you get called down out for it, don't get mad at me for it. If I say the moon is made of cheese and you call me out, you're not the one being disrespectful because you call me out on my opinion, but that the moon is made of cheese.
No, but you see that's the funny thing. When I call out Kane, why do you not protect Kane? It's only Son.
I already said Kane wasn't trash today.
No,
5 times.
No, but that's my issue. If I call out someone else, then Son, I swear to God, you won't make a big deal out of it.
Because right now, is there an agenda against Kane? No, there's not. Is there an agenda against Son? Yes, there is.
According to who? Nobody hates Son.
No, I don't know. There is a
gave
bit.
him a 4 today,
But
man.
that's
There is
gold.
a
A 4.
Nobody takes gold seriously. Nobody
Actually,
does.
yeah.
Everybody
yes,
takes
Dietrich,
gold seriously.
A lot of
I
people
don't.
do.
I
I do.
don't.
I do. The dude is. Come on, he has the best.
Brian takes him seriously, sitting
No,
right
I'm
next to me. Everybody on Twitter, the dude has like 30, 40,000 followers on Twitter.
I'm talking about his ratings and stuff. That's why I
People
don't
take his ratings. Have you not seen the
His
comments on that
ratings
rating?
aren't always great.
Bro, you know
but-
this.
His ratings are shit.
Yeah, I
Cody
agree.
likes to say SofaScore is useless, even though it's the most objective rating possible. Right? Go to whoscored.com. Go to whoscored.com. You don't even want to see what they gave Son on whoscored.com.
But I don't know. I just
If you had a
look
problem with SofaScore's rating.
No, but I don't look at the other people's rating. I just look based on what I'm seeing. Son didn't play well, but I promise you he wasn't the worst player on the pitch.
Exactly. So then
No,
why
he
did
wasn't.
Alistair go give him a 4? And why is everybody on
Dyer
Twitter
was
saying he's
the
a
worst
4?
player. on the
No,
pitch.
if you told me to give him a rating, I'll give him a 5. Just like Kane, it's a 5. He gets a 5. He was bad.
That's fine. If
Yeah,
you're saying Kulu,
fine.
Son, and Kane are all 5s, boom.
Nah,
and then you're saying
Kane's-
the whole front 3 wasn't effective.
No, in
That's
my
good.
opinion, no.
Nah,
But if you
Kane
give
gets a
Kulu a
4.
6 and Son a 5, then that's not objective.
No,
That's
it
just
is
your
not.
bias.
because he,
No,
no,
it's not.
because he got a penalty. Kane scored a penalty, and I'll still give him a 5. They're just that tells you everything.
Well, can I ask you a serious question?
All right,
And
I can do.
I am about to
5-6.
say, it's about being deadly serious here.
Yeah.
Since I've gone to England, has this become the Kane versus Son debate show?
Yes.
Rather than just
Basically.
talking, and that's not a pot shot at anyone. It's like literally, there are other things
I would
that
like
are the
it.
matter.
I would
that-
like for it not to be, but
No,
every
no, you
single
don't know.
week, hold on, no, every single week, when people come in here, right,
Yep.
and call out Son and say Son was trash and Son was this, look, it's fine. If your opinion, I have no problem with you. This is the thing that bugs me. I have no problem with saying people saying Son was trash. The Son was inefficient. The Son didn't participate. He was ineffective. He was poor. Define that. And then demonstrate how Son meets that definition. If you're able to do that, I will agree with your opinion. But you can't. Because all it is just a baseless accusation that you're making out of the blue based on your emotion. And if I call you out on that, that's not my fault.
All right,
If you don't want me to call you out, don't make the accusation. It's
No.
that
Now,
simple.
Will, I'm on board with you that there is a bit of a Son witch hunt that's been going on with some people in the fan base, and I generally think that Son, although hasn't been at his best, has been our best attacking player this season consistently throughout the whole season. But he was poor today.
I don't know what poor means.
He was poor. He was
if
poor by
poor
his
means worse
standards.
than average, hold on. If
He
poor
didn't
Yeah,
take
means
it's
worse than
advantage of
average-
the
hold on.
opportunities that he
Hold on.
had. He was poor.
If poor means worse than his average performance, yes, he was poor. If that's
and
what
by
poor
more
means,
and by more than what I would go with the Who Scored rating that Cody put out there, which was 6.6. I think that seems more reasonable to me than SofaScore's rating. There's no way I would give him a 7 today.
But there's not a big
no.
difference between 6.6 and 7.1. There's not a big difference. I think the thing is, what's happening is there's this thing that I've noticed in our fan base where there's a lot of hyperbolics. It's either he was very good or he was trash, but it's neither. He wasn't good nor trash. I think it's okay for us to say that according
That's
to
what I'm
his
saying.
standards, he didn't meet his standards, but generally as well, he was below average. That's all I'm saying. He wasn't good,
Yeah.
but none of them were good, but they were not good for different reasons. In my opinion, and you can tell me if you agree or not, Kane wasn't good because he wasn't as involved in the game as the other two. I think the reason that we're saying Kulusevski was the best is because he was the most involved and he did the most positive things when he had the chances to do them. That one thing that stands out is Son had that one shot, right? Was it a big chance? Maybe not. But in the context of the game, it was one of our best chances. That's why it also stands out. The other things we remember is him slipping and all those things. So where he was most involved, we remember it ending negatively. Whereas with Kulusevski, where he was mostly involved, it ended up being something progressive, or even though it didn't come off, he was trying something.
Exactly.
Exa-
That was so
exactly.
well said. That was so well said. That was excellent. Yes, I agree 100%.
And you guys, and Will, just to tell you, like that, I don't know what's wrong with Son lately, but that's just one thing I saw. Do you remember at a certain point he was outside the box and he had a chance to shoot with his right foot, but then he decided, like after 2 seconds, oh, let me pass it to Reguilon. The normal Son would take the shot. That's one of my issues lately with him.
And that's what I was saying about all the players on the pitch today, is that none of them were playing instinctively. They were all overthinking every decision they made. All of them. Because they were scared. And that's my whole point about and why I'm so pissed off about this loss. Because it was fucking cowardly. They were scared. Going to an Old Trafford where Man United have been well below their standard, and the fans were quiet. Only a small portion were singing, from what I could tell on the broadcast, and the Tottenham support was loud as it always is, and they were just fucking poor. They were cowards.
But
I think honestly, I think just a bit of balls would have made the difference. Would have made the difference in all those chances that were so close. Just a bit, playing with a bit more confidence and belief would have, I think, made the difference in a lot of those close chances and shot opportunities that weren't taken.
look, exactly.
You know what
This
it
is
is,
my
right?
point. Hold on. No, this is what
Okay.
bothers me, and I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let it go, and I'm not gonna talk about it anymore. Okay. We have people, okay, in this fan base who have a confirmation bias. It's obvious, okay? It's obvious as ever. They will take things like Son's goal last week against Everton. It was lucky. Pickford should have saved it. Whatever situation that comes up for Son, any positive that comes up with Son over the last 6 to 7 weeks, people write off as a failure, right? They twist it to a failure and only highlight his mistakes. Like today, the fact that he slipped. Oh, it's his fault the ground gave underneath him. That's totally his fault that the pitch conditions were poor today. That's totally Son's fault. They blame him for that, right? He should have changed his studs. What studs should he have been wearing? They make anything that they can do. They interpret the information that happened today. They remember the negative, forget the fact. Most progressive passes, most progressive runs, most like front line, boom, boom, boom. Most shots from open play. Anything that you could imagine, right? Anything that you could imagine. And then what? And then what? They just point him out and not talk about anybody else? Look, if you were to come on the show and say to me, hey, Will, today's Son, Kane, and Kulu played below their expectations, I would have said, yes, they did. And that would have been the end of the conversation. But no, people have to make outrageous claims, right? And I'm just supposed to sit here and take it? Why?
But who's
Why
making
should I
the
accept
outrageous
that?
claim, though?
No,
Everybody. Have you read the comments?
But
Will,
like, is anybody on the panel right now making those outrageous claims? I don't
Dietrich
think we
has
are.
all day. That's why you understand. I've been in conversations with him all day.
Wait. Those claims, I admit, I was pissed. But let's be honest, Son is a professional footballer. He shouldn't be slipping that much. That's
come
all
on.
I said.
Okay,
And-
well,
and-
the one
and-
thing about the slip I'll say is, Will, if you don't blame Son for slipping, do you think that the Steven Gerrard slip and Demba Ba goal was Steven Gerrard's fault for slipping?
What are you talking about?
You know that iconic moment, Brian. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, the
When
last
Steven
game.
Gerrard slipped
When they could have won the
for
championship.
Liverpool, yeah, and Demba Ba got the ball and scored. Like, is that his fault? I
Yes,
think
it
you'd
is.
say yes. I think you expect
When he
a
slipped,
professional-
was it a turn that he did specifically? Describe to me, because I haven't
but
seen
like-
that thing from Gerrard.
No,
The
no,
slip from Gerrard.
No,
I mean, well, it's basically when the Chelsea fans started singing the Steve Gerrard. He slipped on his fucking arse. He gave it to Demba Ba when they could have won the trophy Premier League years ago. And literally, a ball was passed back to him by around the halfway line, maybe just slightly in Liverpool's half. And he went to put his foot on the ball to trap it. and he completely slipped, and it just ran straight to Denver Bar. I'll WhatsApp it to you right now, so you can see it on WhatsApp.
Yeah, because what I want to know is was it a fake slip, or did the ground actually give way out from underneath it? And this is what I want to talk about. And Aaron, you're not. I don't know if you weren't part of the WhatsApp group, so I'm not going to go into the same detail that I went there.
Please don't.
Dietrich and Tiago can already vouch for the fact you don't want to get into this. Hold on. You don't want to get into this conversation with me about boot studs.
No, don't.
Was it 11 millimeter, 13 millimeter, 15 millimeter, 17 millimeter? What millimeter of studs should he have been wearing? What type of boots should he have been wearing? What was he wearing, and what should he have been wearing? Look, you don't want to get in this conversation. I'm an absolute boot nerd. I have at least 60, 70 pairs of boots in my house from all different single types. I spend thousands of dollars on boots a year. I know what I'm talking about when it comes to boots. You don't want to have this conversation with me. Right.
Check your WhatsApp, Will. You'll see the slip. You'll see the slip. Yeah, I mean, do you know what you need to talk about as well? Because the attack wasn't great today. The defense. Listen, Cristiano Ronaldo. No matter what happens, that man just showed today that. Listen, he scored. He's become the record goal scorer of all time under FIFA's eyes. It just goes to show at 37 years old what class he's got. And when you buy him, yes, he's old, yes, he's aging, but that's what you buy. That's what you get. You get pure, absolute class. And today, the defence couldn't handle him. The defence looked unorganised. And it's just today, I don't think the main thing is about the attack. I don't think the main point of discussion is the attack.
Okay, so I just watched the one from Gerard, right? That actually wasn't a slip. That was a trip. He tripped over his own feet, if you actually look at it, right? The ground, you don't see the turf coming out from underneath his boot there. Totally different than what happened to Son today. On both occasions, the turf actually came out from underneath his feet.
But Brian, I know Ronaldo's like world class. He's a legend and stuff. But you see the issue, like we let him, we never like closed him down. We just let him, oh, please shoot. Like, if we put a bit of pressure, I promise you, they would have never scored that game. Dyer, actually, the worst center back I've seen in my whole entire life. Just oh, please shoot. Oh, please, Ronaldo, shoot. Give me your shot after. Please shoot, please shoot. And then the third goal, you see this idiot of Doherty can't even fucking defend a set piece properly. That's all the defense.
We as a team cannot defend set pieces properly. This has been a consistent theme for like 3 years now, where we are just absolute dog shit at defending set pieces. We're so poor, and it's been through several managers where we still haven't fixed this problem. And I mean, I don't know what else to say, but it has to come down to the mentality and just lack of discipline in the players, especially the defenders.
They're not good enough. I mean, Eric Dyer has been here for 8 years. 6 of those 8 years was trying to figure out if Eric Dyer was a center back or a defensive midfielder. This already tells you everything you need to know. 6 years to decide which is his position. And then it's Cristiano fucking Ronaldo, the greatest goal scorer in the history of the sport. He doesn't close down the shot. He just lets him shoot. And then you have Romero. Maguire scores an own goal. He shouts at Maguire's face, and then the third goal, he loses his man. We concede, we lose the game. Romero is the perfect example of why Argentinian shithousery is the most overrated shit in world football. I don't give a fuck about these special merchants. They're shit. Romero can be world class, but today he was shit defending set pieces. He was shit against Burnley. He lost the man when we lost to Burnley as well. This defense is ridiculous. We need at least 2 top quality backs in the summer.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely.
Thiago, don't forget the second goal. Just look at every bonehead player just on one line.
Cristiano Ronaldo is free inside our box.
Imagine leaving Ronaldo, one of the he scores every fucking time, and you let him like, oh, please get 10 yards ahead of me. I'm the slowest player, but please go, run. I'll scream for an offside. That's disgraceful. Come on.
Is anybody going to mention Lloris in all of these goals?
No, but you see, Lloris, as much as I don't think he's world class, but I know the second goal is his fault, to be honest. But you cannot blame him. It's the 3 boneheads in front of him.
Now, I'm not blaming him, but he didn't save us either. That first goal didn't go into the top corner either. Did you see that?
Yeah, but I will put Dyer at fault.
He could have
Even
saved
more-
that if he was positioned better.
Yeah, definitely. He definitely should have saved that first
Well,
goal.
this
but,
is part of his problem
agree.
is that
I think it was,
he's not
fingertips off.
Yeah,
He's
but
not-
then we give him.
He was fingertips away from saving now. I don't
No,
understand how
no,
many.
no.
That strike,
But
that hit,
he
he
was
put
still-
his foot. Ronaldo put his foot through that, man. Like there was
No, Josh.
that gets away from the best goalkeepers at times, man. Like there's
Josh,
yeah.
Josh, if you rewatch on the YouTube like the highlights, just put like on playback like 0.25, you're gonna see like at certain points he just stays flat-footed, then he jumps.
And that's
Yeah.
like where
and that is
ultimately,
one of the
like, if you've got-
weaknesses in his game, but it's still a brilliant it's a
It is a
brilliant
brilliant
strike
finish.
and brilliant finish. I mean,
ultimately you've got 5 defenders in front of
Is
you,
it
right?
though?
You've got 5 defenders in front of you. You do not for a minute think that if your defense is competent enough to defend the goal, that shot
It
is going to
was
get
true.
through and into the
Yeah.
goal. Like
Yeah,
you can't,
There
cannot, you
closes the
cannot
space,
blame the
there's
rest.
no finish.
That was poor positioning and poor man marking from Eric Dyer of all people. Like he literally, like, you watch him, he's got his hand behind his back, his shoulder drops. Like if he just, you know,
no, you
put himself out there a bit, that shot was not going in. But
No,
that's
if
Eric
you-
Dyer's fault.
look at
That
no,
first
please,
goal.
Look at
because he
Thiago
saw
Silva.
Ronaldo dribbling at him with the ball and he pissed down his leg.
Look at Thiago Silva. The guy is like 35 years old. He twirls his body around, and he's 35 years old.
he's like 37.
7.
37, I mean. Dyer
Do you
can't even
remember
that.
Do you remember the goal we conceded against Chelsea, the Ziyech goal?
Exactly. I was
That
thinking
It's the
about that
same
same
thing.
I think it was Ben
It's
Davies
not the
that
same.
time, right?
Like from the closing down thing and the defense being poor, I agree they should have closed Ronaldo down. But I'm looking at Lloris. That Ziyech goal, that's unstoppable. The Ronaldo one is not. He just hit it very hard, but Lloris was positioned poorly. And then if you look at the second goal, he also doesn't come out to close down. And it's clear that Sancho was going to cut it back, but he just stood on his line. He didn't come out to smother
Yeah, and that's
Ronaldo either.
And that's Dr. Tottenham. You give a new contract to a player that's aging. That's what we do. Now
This
we
is,
stuck with
this is
him.
one of the situations I had on the. This is just one of the conversations I had on one of the on the Twitter Spaces afterwards. Like, how long until we finally see something done about our depth and our club? Like, if you think about it, when players get to a certain age, that's the time to then start thinking about selling them on, like just to try and get some of your money back. It's going to get to a point where we're going to have players leaving on frees because no one will buy them, and we have no backup. Like Harry Kane is our only striker in the club.
Josh,
If we don't buy a striker and then Harry Kane refuses to extend his contract, what do we do then? We have no
Josh.
backup.
Josh, you're talking about depth. We don't even have a starting 11. We don't even have
Exactly.
it.
This is what I'm saying. But we've got a group of players. Half of them are aging. Like, when are we going to start seeing backups for these players brought in? There's like 6 or 7 players I can think off the top of my head that need replacing in that squad, and we haven't got anyone.
Yeah, but when you have people that don't want to go to protest or call out Levy, you get this.
How about players like Pape Matasar and Brian Gill? Do you look at them as backups?
No.
Since they are young.
No,
Papa
you
Matasar can't even get first team football in a Mets team
Exactly.
that's suffering relegation at the moment, man. Like, and Brian Hill is not going to come back to Spurs. He's going to go to Valencia on a permanent, and we're going to get the same money that we spent back for him, and he's going to blast it out there in Spain. He's suited to that football. He's too small for the Premier League.
To be fair, though, I think part of the reason Pape Sarr isn't playing is because Mets are facing relegation, and he's a 19-year-old kid. Not only would you trust the veteran heads to keep your team up, but also you don't want to ruin a young player by putting him in that situation. Because a relegation fight from the top-tier football in any country, but especially in a league that's starting to suffer like the Liga, that's not a fun situation.
No,
You know,
but
that
he
could
was supposed to be a
hurt his
gem.
development. So
He was supposed to be a gem. If he was as good as people say he is, he would be starting. Because if I was the manager, I would much rather put the guy that's supposed to be a gem in the future in football than put my club through relegation just because I don't want to ruin his career. I put the thing before the player. He's been struggling because he hasn't been playing well. That's the truth.
He can't
And
even.
Yeah.
He can't even start for his own country, Senegal, and they won the cup. He can't even start.
And like,
He's
look at this
19 though.
summer.
Yeah, who cares about 19? Like, I've seen players that are 19 and start for
But
their
they-
country. And teams, they can't even do that.
I've just seen that Brian's got to go in like 5 or 10 minutes. Like, give Brian a say. Like, let's see what he's.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's just like, again, listen, this all comes down. First, I want to say Shabbat Shalom or Shavua Tov to my brother Amir in the building. Love that man. So, yeah, just like what the important was saying before, this comes down to, once again, strength in depth, or should I say, lack of strength in depth. And this is a problem that we can't fix until the summer, and then apparently we're going to fix it in the summer. I mean, I read something. I mean, this is the state. Let me get this up again. This was what my dad's best mate sent to me. I read this on We Are Tottenham TV today. So here we go. Now, some of these players you may not agree with, but this is basically the crux of it. Galini, Doherty, Royale, Winks, Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, Steven Bergwijn, Lucas, Sanchez, Roden all need replacing. So that is 9 replacement signings needed before we even begin to strengthen the squad. We are also probably 4 or 5 players short in numbers in this squad. So how can we expect to sign around 14 players needed to rebuild? We tend to only sign average players on the last day of the window, so Conte will not have a proper squad for pre-season training. This is a disaster waiting to happen. This is where we are right now. It doesn't matter who the manager is, what goes on, where we currently stand. This is always going to be the problem. Listen.
Do me a favour, Brian. Can you just read those players again?
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with a couple of them, but it's Galini,
Agree.
Galini, Doherty, Royale,
Agree.
Yeah.
Winks,
Agree.
Yeah.
Pierre,
Agree.
Steven Bergwijn,
Agree.
Yeah.
Lucas,
Agree.
Yeah.
Sanchez,
Agree.
Yeah.
Roden.
Agree.
So the only players I don't agree with are probably Pierre, and the reason I say that is not just because he's my favourite player. Like I've said, the only players that I don't think are upgradable are Kane, Son, Romero, Lloris. And when I say upgradable, I mean players that we can relatively actually get, not Lewandowski's or Messi's and Ronaldo's. I'm talking people that Tottenham can actually get. So they're the 4, and the rest I think are upgradable. For me, Pierre needs to stay, but if you can get an upgrade, get the upgrade and have him as backup, and if he's needed or whatever, rotation next season. Lucas, people know I like Lucas, and I think there's something there, but again, it's inconsistencies, and maybe it is time. So maybe I'll give Lucas. Stevie Bergwijn, I seriously think there's a player there. It's identifying a position. So listen, there may be time that has run out for him, and a lot of fans think, I personally think. So do you know what? I said 3. I'll give Lucas as a let's raise some funds and try and get it. Stevie B and Pierre, I reckon, could still do a job, as in backup maybe for Pierre if we can get. Look, Bentancur and Skip are the dream 2 we want to see when fully fit.
100%.
Having Pierre there as the deputy or as the replacement to come in should one of them need a rest or suspension or anything like that, then with that I'm happy with. Stevie B, I really, 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 really think there's a player there, and he's shown it under Conte in moments, and he needs to do it longer than moments.
Yeah.
But the rest of them need to go. So let's say 7 out of that. Then you look at the squad depth, we're 4 or 5 short. So that's 12 players out of the 14 that he mentioned, my dad's best mate, that we need to get. And there is no way we are getting 12 players. I don't even think we're getting 4, in all honesty, next season. And you've got to remember, we've also got the people on loan coming back.
Yeah, we've got Papa Matasar coming in.
And
and Dombele comes back. Giovanni Lo Celso comes back. Brian Hill comes back. We only really sold Dele Alli in the window, if you think about it. We only actually sold Dele Alli.
Yeah. So you look at this, and this is where the issue lies. I mean, listen.
There are options to buy on both of those contracts, but
Yeah, but
the
mate,
Ndombele one is definitely not happening.
It's exactly, Kieran. Leon aren't going to stump up 60-odd million out of thin air.
The Lo
That's just
Celso one could happen though. That we could
The
offload
thing is,
him.
that's the one I don't want to happen. That's the one I don't want to happen.
Why?
I don't mind if Ndombele goes because Giovanni Lo Celso, when he plays, he does show some kind of promise. Yeah, he has absolute donkey touches on the ball.
Josh,
But
he's not meant for the
on,
Premier League. He can't do the Premier. He needs to be in Spain.
Josh,
He's like
come on,
he's like a Harry
The guy
Winks,
can't
man.
even
He
take
just
a corner.
doesn't have the physicality. He can't handle the physicality. He needs to be in Spain or France.
People told
he
me
can't
I was
handle
wrong
it.
about Kulusevski. People told me I was wrong about Kulusevski when I said he'd be good for
But
the
he's
Premier
not.
League. And now look,
I wasn't one of those people.
Completely
I've been
Completely
on.
different
I've
players.
loved Kulusevski for 3 years. I've been hyping this kid up for 3 years. So
Josh,
I'm with you on
I'm
that
just
one.
saying.
But I
I'm just
disagree
saying,
with Lo
look, don't
Celso.
write him off, man. Lo
I
Celso
hyped-
hasn't had a chance in the Premier
I
League.
Lo
hyped up
Celso's
Lo
garbage.
Celso a lot when he came to the club because I liked him for Argentina. I thought he was a good player. But he's obviously shown that he's just not up to the physical. He spends too much time on the injury table. He's not worth his contract.
It's not even. It's not even just the
that
injury
simple.
table. His numbers on the pitch are
Are
horrendous.
not good.
Not great.
Would you rather keep?
Horrendous.
Would you rather keep Harry Winks and then sell him on a
Yes.
and then sell
Harry
Giovanni
Winks
Lo
has
Celso
better
on a free?
performances in the Premier
Yeah.
League than
Josh,
Giovanni Lo
Josh,
Celso.
Do you want to hear a funny? Do you guys want to hear a funny stat? Do you understand that Michael Keane has more goals than Giovanni Lo Celso? And he never played for Tottenham.
Jeez.
Do you understand that? And he never played for Spurs.
We've had more own goals this season than Giovanni
He
Lo
has
Celso
two
scored in
own
his
goals
career at Tottenham
against
Hotspur.
Spurs.
오늘 게임
goals
결과
is actually-
아쉽네요. 우리 선수들 힘내세요. Fighting. That was earlier from Goguma. I forgot to bring it out. My apologize. And what that basically says is today's results are disappointing. Hope our players pick themselves back up.
I
So-
hope we saw.
Superman is in the building, by the way. Superman,
Bob's
aka,
Bob's
there you
word.
go. Superman
Hey,
is in the
Bob's
building.
word.
So big up to
Yeah.
my brother.
I call it.
It's nice to see him more active in the streams now, man. Like a hell of a lot.
It's
I-
it's very
It's
good
awesome.
to see him.
I call him Iron Man.
Like it's so funny. It's so funny. Like Cody says he doesn't slander Son, and yet all he's done in the chat tonight is slander Son.
To be fair, Son was woeful, but there are other players in the team that were also woeful.
Yeah, I think
Our
Son
best-
had a
our
below
best
average game
player-
tonight. No question.
Our best player by far was Kulusevski. Ellie,
I
I'm going to
agree.
say it now. So get it recorded. Højbjerg was okay. He
No, he
wasn't
played well.
terrible.
I
Yeah, no,
think
he was
Højbjerg
the-
was the best player today, to be honest.
No, he
with you.
played well.
Nah, clearly wasn't.
No, it's
Josh, he played well.
Kulusevski.
Let's be honest, he did play well.
The worst
He was
player
okay.
was either
He
was
made
either
some mistakes,
Dyer
though.
or
It was
Dyer or
He was
Bentancur.
Fucking
Bentancur
Reggie
was awful in the
Reggie,
first
Reggie,
half.
Reggie was pounds down.
Reguilon was
worst player on
bad.
the pitch.
Yeah,
Who?
Reggie.
Reguilon.
we
He was-
were talking about that before.
I don't know. I think Dyer was worse. I
Define
think Dyer
slander.
was worse,
Saying things
actually.
about Son that are not true. That would be slander.
And I'll never forget when people used to say, "Oh, Doherty's back. Oh, we have Doherty. Oh, he's better than Emerson. Look at him now. He's back."
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens next week. If it's the same again next week, we know it was a stint. That was it.
No, he's back. I'm telling you, he's back. Back to his own self. Garbage. He's back. Trust me.
Kulusevski. This is the thing, right? When you've got Romero, Kulusevski, and Doherty all playing at the same time, it brings Doherty. He puts Doherty in a better place because when he pushes up, Romero comes in behind. He pairs up well with Kulusevski, right? Let's not forget some of those balls that he was playing to Harry Kane against Everton. Regardless of who it was against, the ability to play that kind of pass is there. That's what you want from a winger.
My guy, he can't even make a 5-yard pass. He can't even do
No,
it.
no,
Do you see how
but-
many times he missed the pass?
You're missing the
The
point.
ability
You're
is there
missing
because
the
he's given the time.
The
to make the
ability,
pass.
the ability is there. Whether
Because
he
he's given the
wants to
time.
put that ability to good use.
Højbjerg has the ability to give a long ball. He can't even do it week in, week out. It doesn't mean
Maybe did it
anything.
today.
difference.
Maybe did it today.
No, but that's once. That's the first time I see him like cross the ball like so many times. That's the first time.
I just think Højbjerg and Bentancur Man, they were scared in that midfield, man. They were scared.
they're
in that
scared,
midfield to
man.
make
They're
the
not
forward
scared.
pass.
The thing I don't like about
It's-
Højbjerg is 9 times out of 10 he will drift, and yeah, he covers a lot of ground. But at the end of the day, he's a football player, not a fucking Olympic sprinter. I don't care how much he runs. I want to see what he does on the ball, and he doesn't do a lot. But today he did something, which is more than what I can say about anybody else.
But on the ball, did he do
Okay,
something?
guys,
Oh, someone's
listen.
coming. Okay.
Listen,
Yes.
I need to cut off for a bit because my wife's just coming back. We've just had an incident that I've got to deal with. If she goes straight back to bed, then I will be back. But if not, Will, it's always been a pleasure. It's
Take
great
care.
to see everyone in
Well,
the...
plug yourself now in case you can't come back later, my friend.
Listen, mate, I've been doing this the whole time. Listen, people know I'm at Tottenham on tour with the other three, but most importantly, what I'm saying on every single stream that I go on, before you even think about subscribing to Tottenham on tour, Superman is in the building. Bob Spur TV is where I want everyone to go subscribe before you even think about subscribing to me, because the man is coming back. In the Wolves will be coming back very shortly, and that's where everyone should go and subscribe before you subscribe to Tottenham on tour. If you haven't, go and subscribe to Superman at Bob Spur TV. As I said, you can find me and the others at Tottenham on tour. Hopefully I'll be back very shortly, but just in case I'm not, Bob Spur TV, Tottenham on tour, and as always, Levy out.
Leave it out.
Leave you out. Thank you very much,
Levy
Brian,
out.
for coming on. We love you. And when one
Big
goes
up,
out,
Brian.
one comes in. First time caller, I think, to the show. Maybe second. I don't remember. Mr. Amir's in the house. What's going on, Amir?
What's going on, Will? What's going on? Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah,
Oh.
first time caller.
First
No
time
way.
caller. Welcome.
No, not this
Thank
guy.
you.
No, he's good. He's good. Yeah, he's good.
Thank
He's been
you,
on
thank you. I just want-
We Are
Must be a
Tottenham
Kane
TV,
fan.
right?
No, I'm just kidding.
I want to inject some positivity into the stream
Yeah,
tonight.
good job,
Honestly,
do that.
Lad, honestly, lads, even though we lost, right, we were a half decent ref away from getting something out of that game, to be honest with you, you know?
It's a step in the right direction. I
Yeah.
will say that. It's a step in the right direction.
That's it.
You can
That's
see
it.
what we're trying to do. It's just applying it.
100%, 100%. And look, you know, Conte, he's a footballing wizard, but he can't work miracles week in, week out. He needs the summer to get the players in that he wants and stamp his authority on our squad and really start pushing on. Because
Where do you think you should improve first?
I would say, you know, we need a few decent wing backs in there for sure, and we definitely need a replacement. Not a replacement, but someone to come in for Kane. You know, he needs some help up there because he can't run the show week in, week out, and we're relying on him too much. If he takes a little knock, I mean, I was shitting the pants when Pogba went in on him, to be honest, on his ankle. You know, because if his ankle had gone. That's him out for the rest of the season. And who'd you put up top? You know? So I think
Who'd you bring in, though? This is the issue. Like, Harry Kane could potentially leave in the summer to go to Man City, providing they don't get Haaland. Then what? What do we do? What options are available? There isn't many. This is the issue with the market right now. We missed out on Vlahovic because we bought in Bentancur and Kulusevski, both from
No,
Juventus.
it wasn't happening. No, Josh, it wasn't happening, bro.
I don't think
He was
Vlahovic
not
is ever a
playing.
possibility, to be quite.
No, but Juventus signed Vlahovic because we bought 2 Juventus players.
No,
We
no, no,
funded that move.
no,
But
no.
we wouldn't sign him anyway. He said he wanted to go to Juventus.
You never know. You never know. It could have happened in the summer. You never know. Players say things.
No, yeah, he always said I wanted Juve from the start. Him and his agent said Juve comes first.
Yeah, but he also said he wanted to stay at Fiorentina and help him get Champions League.
Yeah, but
and
that's
next thing you
what
know,
I'm
he's in the
saying.
Juve shirt.
That's nonsense.
No, but everyone,
It backs my point. It backs my point up. Players will say things, and often it gets lost in translation. What happens with Conte?
Kane-
Things get lost in translation
No,
with
wait.
Conte.
Kane during the season said I want to stay all my life at Spurs, and during the summer he wanted to go to City. Like, it's not true. Of course, it's not. He wanted Juve, bro. Like, he's not made for the Prem yet. He's not made it.
How do you know that?
He's
Who's
not.
made
No,
for the Prem?
No, Vlahovic is made for the Prem. Vlahovic would have ripped the Prem, but he's
No,
just...
Vlahovic is Kane 2.0. What are you
no,
talking about?
He's good.
No,
but
not
he's still-
2.0,
No,
relax,
but I'm
man.
saying
Come
he's
on.
not made for
He's
the.
nearly there.
He's nearly
Bro,
there. He's 21. He's
Vlahovic-
too young. He's way too
Vlahovic
young.
won a Champions League team. He went to the Champions League. He scored his first goal in that competition in 19 seconds. It took him 19 seconds to score a goal in the Champions League.
Spot on.
That's how good that guy is.
He is good, but he's not ready yet.
You're telling me he's not. You're telling me he wouldn't be suited
Why
for the Premier
isn't he
League.
ready?
I think you're talking garbage,
No,
Detrix,
no,
man.
no. Let's say if you wait until he's like 25, 26. If he
What
comes on
what does age have to do with it though?
No, but as a striker, it makes a difference. You cannot put a guy that is 21 as striker in the Prem. He's going to get
The thing
bullied.
is, look at him now. Look
He
how many
didn't-
goals
he didn't
he's scoring
break
now, right?
through at 21.
As a striker, look how many goals Vlahovic is scoring now, right? He's not even in his prime yet.
He's not. I'm telling you, he's not ready yet.
Who's not? Why are we
If you
talking
wait-
about
if you
Vlahovic
wait-
anyway?
If you wait
I
until
don't
he's
know.
25, that's like 200 million.
No, because it was a discussion about who the option would be to bring in to back up Harry Kane, if not replace him. And I said that we
He's
missed
not
out
even
on
an option.
We,
He just signed for
yeah,
Juventus.
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. We missed out on Vlahovic because we bought 2 Juventus players. We funded that move.
Would you not have taken Richarlison? Would you not take
No.
Richarlison to
No.
back him up?
I would take
As a backup, maybe.
I would take Dominic Calvert-Lewin over Richarlison.
I would
As a
take Richarlison
backup,
over Calvert-Lewin.
maybe, right?
It's
Like
not
as
bad
somebody,
shout.
but not
bad
somebody to
shout.
play alongside him.
I think DCL offers more to what we need than what Richarlison would.
What does he offer?
Calvert-Lewin is
Hold up.
one-dimensional.
He's got the ability to hold up, and he's got the ability to play ball forward, and he also drops back like a natural number 10, like Harry Kane does.
And he's
So you
great
could
in the air.
imagine them
Oh,
feeding
he
off
doesn't.
each other, man.
No, I don't-
Imagine them feeding off each other.
no, I'm good.
Calvert-Lewin is just a target man.
No, with
That's what he's doing. He's a
I'll
target.
I'll go outside the Prem at this point. I'm not taking none of those dudes. Oh my god, I'm not taking Bamford. I'm not taking maybe Ivan Toney. No, not even Ivan Toney.
Not even-
No. I'm not
If I
taking
had to
none of
choose
those.
one, I would go with Jonathan David.
Who are you taking then?
No. This guy's
Probably take someone like
he's overweight.
Shit, that's a good question. You know.
Overrated. The guy had more goals
Oh,
than
there's
Mbappe
nobody.
in League One last
Oh,
season,
no.
and Mbappe is a world beater.
No, I didn't say overrated. I said overweight. He needs to cut the low pounds. Like he's a bit overweight.
Well, who knows, boys? Who knows, boys? Lukaku might be available in the summer. Fuck's sake. Chelsea go bust. Lukaku
Bob
high.
says Tony's the man to get.
Ivan Toney's a good player.
Ivan Toney's a
very
good player.
But we need competition.
And then for people that don't know, like just because I saw it earlier as I was going through starring Cody's messages for evidence. Son Heung-min was a 6.6 on Who Scored rather than a 7.1, but he was still he was 0.1 lower than Harry Kane and 0.3 2 points higher than Kulusevski, right? So it doesn't matter what site you go to. Son was if not the best, the second best forward of the day over Kulusevski, which everybody says was the best, right? So
because he passes the eye test. Will that's the thing.
I don't know what the eye test means, right? Yeah, that's
You
just
don't know
your
what the eye
opinion.
test
That's
means.
the
It's
eye
what
test.
you're watching. Like you see Kulusevski.
Yeah, it's your
bolted
subjective
down the
opinion
right-hand
of what
side and
happened
tried
today.
to get it in.
No, it's not subjective.
It is subjective. It's 100%
It's not
subjective.
It's not subjective.
It
man.
is
Like,
subjective.
It's a mixture of both.
No, it's 100% subjective.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes, it is.
I mean,
It is
stats-
the definition of
stats are
subjective.
statistical.
You take the
Stats are
stats
facts, right?
and your
Okay, hold on,
general
hold on,
feelings
hold
while
on.
watching the game.
No. Stop. Your eye test, an inductive argument, which is what the eye test is, inductive reasoning, is 100% subjective by definition. It's something you observe. If you're using your eyes, you're observing. That is subjective. Your opinion of what you see is subjective.
Yeah, but it's like
Period.
But it's
The
like,
data is objective.
No, but
Period.
but you can just pick
No,
up
there's
data.
there's some data that's hard to distinguish whether it does counter, like a big chance created.
Yes.
Some people,
The definition. Hold on.
some people would declare like the Heung-min Son opportunity a big chance, while SofaScore doesn't declare it a big chance.
It's not just SofaScore; it's all statistical sites, right?
Yeah,
You
but like,
would have to
what is
define
the
what a big
parameters?
chance
What
is.
is-
Hold on.
What is a
Hold on.
long pass? What is a long pass?
Let me describe that. Okay.
It's like a handball,
hold
for
on.
example.
Hold on.
Continue. I just
The
wanna say, like a handball.
definitions of these things, right, are abstract, right? All definitions of words are abstract. Every single one of them. Okay. They are a concept that a human being uses to describe an event in reality. Okay. That's what an abstraction is, right? They are abstract. The definitions are abstract. But once it has been clearly defined, which is why I always ask people, define this, right? Somebody says Son was trash today. Define trash. Son was this. Define that, right? The reason why I'm asking you to define that is because once you set a clear definition, then we can actually have a debate on what objectively happened at that period of time, okay? Those definitions have been clearly defined. So they are therefore no longer subjective according to the definition that has been set by those things, the criteria, the metric that is met. They are either objectively true or false.
I doubt it that those things are clearly identified.
They are clearly defined.
I'm telling
Would you like
it's
me to
not.
read you the definitions that Optimum has set for those things?
Yeah, what's a clear definition of like a big chance, for example?
Bro,
Big
that's
chance
not-
creator.
What's the clear definition of a long pass? What's the clear definition of an
Or like a
average
long pass, or like for example, like fouls drawn. There may be some player that would draw a foul, but another referee wouldn't give it. A handball, for example, the handball that Kulusevski got, some referee would not have given. Like these things constantly change.
No,
Okay, so
another referee might not have given it, but then VAR would have given it.
Okay, so
VAR
Opta,
is
who
not
is
even clear. Not VAR is also not objective at times.
okay, so Opta.
But that's different, though.
Okay, hold on.
It's different.
No, but
Opta.
Okay.
that falls into the same category
Okay.
as like a big chance. Okay, go.
Opta, who is the company, right? The largest company who is used, Opta and StatBomb are the two largest companies that SofaScore, WhoScored, all that stuff collects the data. They're the data collection agency, okay? Big chance. A situation where a player should reasonably be expected to score, usually in a one-on-one scenario or from a very close range, when the ball has a clear path to goal and there is low to moderate pressure on the shooter. Penalties are always considered big chances. So, do you think the Sun's shot met that definition?
Yes.
Or no?
Yes.
No, that definition it doesn't. But there's some chances that you can say that should have meant that does fall into that category, but it doesn't.
Today?
There's some today's, for example, by that definition, Son's opportunity was not a big chance.
Correct.
But I guarantee you, there's other situations where it should have been declared a big chance, but it wasn't, or vice versa. I'm telling you, these.
What are those situations? I'm saying you're begging the
hard
question, right? So do you know what begging the question means? It means you're assuming the answer is correct before verifying it, right? You're simply just begging the question.
For you. I've got a challenge for you, Will.
Yeah.
The next Spurs game, can you watch it without looking at the fucking stats and then tell me that you disagree?
Why would I need to do that?
Because then you can see what we're seeing.
I do watch every single match twice. So why would I need to do it? Why would I? Wait, hold on. No, listen, stop. Hold on. What this argument is saying, Will, stop being subjective and just use your emotions like we do. No. I'm sorry, I don't use my imagination when I rate players.
Will, can I point out something about that definition, right?
Yeah.
The first part of that definition says, can you please read the first part? It says something about
a situation
relatively
where a player should reasonably be expected to score.
That point. What does that mean? That's not an objective definition because it says reasonably. What is reasonably expected to score mean then?
Okay. Then you'd have to define reasonably, right?
You see what we're
is
doing?
reasonable?
Yeah.
I mean, the stats are not objective.
Being fair and sensible, right? So what I'm saying, hold on. I already said, right, that it's an objective provision of the person who's rating it, right? Stats like big chances, right? XG, okay? XG isn't even a stat, by the way. It's an analytic, not a stat, okay? Big chances, key passes. So key passes is a little bit more objective than that because all a key pass is a pass that ends in a shot, right? So you made a pass, it ended in a shot. Whether it goes into the back of the net or not is irrelevant, right? You played the ball, the person shot it. It could be a sky shot into the atmosphere or on target, doesn't matter. A pass that leads to a shot is a key chance, right? SCA, GCA are both a little bit more objective than subjective, okay? Big chance is a little bit more, but you have people, right? There's a T, but see, you have to understand reasonable, and then it goes to define what is reasonable, okay? The definition of what is reasonable is usually in a one-on-one scenario, so that would be one situation. Very close range, that would be another situation. When the ball has a clear path, that would be another one. When there is low to moderate pressure on the shooter, that would be another one. Penalties are always considered big chances. So how you would operate that is you have a checklist of metrics. Did it check this box, this box, this box, and this box? Yes. Hold on. It's not subjective.
Yes, it
was
is.
there hold on. Was it from a close range? Is that subjective?
No, but if you say,
How
oh,
about
Was
the
there a
pressure?
clear
The
shot to
pressure-
goal? Is that
The
subjective?
pressure can be quite subjective though. The
Pressure can be subjective, sure, but if you set your own metric or criteria based on what you
But
mean
it's all
close,
subjective.
hold on. There are aspects of it that are subjective, yes, but it is less subjective, right? There are degrees of subjectivity than your own eye and what's your opinion of what you should be.
No, I
For
agree.
example,
I
hold
agree,
on.
yeah.
If they have a criteria that they check on that they rate, this is a big chance and this isn't. Okay, if they have a criteria and a metric that the particular play has to meet in order before they market that, that is less subjective. It's still subjective. There's still aspects of abstractness to this than what you are considering, because you're not basing it on anything. It's just on what your feels. What
If this
you
is,
think
if this
should
is the
happen.
case, if this is the case, then why do I might be going on a massive tangent here, right? But if stats are 110% everything you need to know about a game, then why the fuck does scouts go and scout players? Because surely they can just look at their stats and think, oh, this person's got this in this many created this
Hold
many
on.
chances. We don't need to go and watch him.
Can I
Just
show you
sign
the
him.
flaw in your logic?
Go on, show me the flaw.
Yeah. If the eye test were all that you needed, why do clubs spend millions of pounds a year on analysts, statistical analysis, recording every single match, and reviewing statistics and having players wear trackers to give them information on their performances on the pitch and all that stuff? Hold on, stop.
Jeez, it's
Finish.
almost like you need both.
Yes, you do need both. Okay, but this is my point. When one are you guys familiar with the law of contradiction in logic?
Yep.
Okay, so it's either true the sun was trash today, or it is false. It's a true dichotomy. It is either that he was trash, or he was not trash. The law of excluded means it can't not both be trash and not trash at the same time. That violates the law of excluded middle. The law of contradiction, you cannot be A and not A at the same time and in the same sense. So it is either true the sun was trash, or he was not trash. He cannot be both. It's impossible.
Bro, you do too many.
Hold on.
Agreed. Yeah.
Okay, so all I'm saying, if you have the opinion the sun is trash, define it, demonstrate it, and I will either agree or do that. But nobody's even doing that. That's what I have a problem with. They hold on. You spew out accusations, assertions, and claims, and you back them up with just your subjective opinions. Nothing objective that can be demonstratable, measurable, right, and testable.
Will, even if we take a small portion of the game where Son fucked up, you're still gonna find a way to say no, he had a good game according to stats.
No, I wouldn't. That's
Yes,
not
you
true.
would. No,
Again, you're begging the question. You're assuming that that's true without demonstrating it to be the case. Okay.
Will, I promise you.
I
even said Son one-on-one was. I don't remember which one. I think it was maybe Everton when he missed the one-on-one, and you still find a way to say it wasn't his fault against Everton.
Well, you'd have to give me an example. I can't. I
Do
don't.
you remember his one-on-one miss against Everton last game?
Which one?
There was once when he missed.
The one before he scored.
The one he was supposed to score, but he missed.
Wait, was it the one where he got the ball taken off of him? Or
Yes.
was it the
Nah, the
one
one he
where
shot.
Pickford saved?
There were both of them.
Yeah, that one.
Both of them. I'm talking about both of them, actually. I just thank you for reminding me of the first one. The
You
second
can't
one.
score a goal if you don't shoot. First of all, you don't
Okay.
know what Son would have done. Hold on. You don't know what a Son would have done before that. You don't know whether he'd laid the ball off to Bergwijn or would he have taken a shot. Okay.
But he
First of all,
messed up.
that
He
wasn't his fault. Hold on.
No, it was.
Hold on.
It was.
Stop. I'm going to tell you why it wasn't his fault. In the game of soccer, right, or football, whatever you want to call it, when someone runs up behind you, what are your teammates supposed to say?
You're
Man on.
supposed.
Hold on. What are their teammates supposed to say?
But how would you
Man
know?
on. Then why,
Man on,
hold on, if his teammates did not notify him that somebody was coming up from his behind, right, off his opposite shoulder of where he was running from left to center. Hold on. Left from center. The guy came from left to center
would
and
you
nicked
know?
him. Hold on. I'm not done. Stop interrupting. And then when the player nicked the ball off him from behind, he threw his arms up. And why didn't you tell me? He had no clue. Why did he have no clue? Hold on. No, stop. Why did he have no clue?
That's
Because
subjective.
hold on. You're expecting him to check his shoulder when there's a defender a yard in front of him? That's absurd.
It's
absurd.
No,
This
absurd.
is an agenda because you do not know whether a player behind him told him man on.
Exactly.
Yeah, we
know
do
what
from
he
his
was banging
reaction.
arms about.
We absolutely can make. Hold on, we can absolutely make a
You're
plausible
making
explanation based on his.
an assumption.
It's plausible.
It's assumption. Stop with
Okay.
bro. That's assumption. Stop.
He
You're
might have
telling
been
me.
in
Hold
his
on.
argument.
You're telling me.
Not fair.
Hold on. You're telling me that Son Heung-min is going to hear somebody from behind him call and say that there's got a player running up, and he's never even going to look or notice or change his direction? It's absurd.
Did it against
No,
Everton?
that's also no.
Did it
you
against
see-
Everton?
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
You're begging the question for that.
No, but you're not making any sense.
I'm not
said-
begging
Do
the
you know what?
question for that.
Do you know what
Son
Bayesian
kept his head-
probability is?
The
Do you know what a
goal
Bayesian probability is?
The goal
No,
that
stop it.
Sessegnon should have had. Son kept his head down, didn't look in front of him, didn't look to the side of him. The guy focused. He had his head down. He did a Lucas Moura and fucked it.
Was his head down, or was it a 45-degree angle looking at the defender's
You
legs in
see,
front of
that's
him?
no. You see, that's
His
my
head
problem.
was down.
No.
Head down.
No, wait, Josh. You see, that's my problem with you, Will. Everything we find against you, when it comes to Son, you always find a freaking way. That's
No,
why
don't.
I'll never argue with you, because you're always you're always trying to find the specific. Oh, but he didn't turn his head. Oh, he didn't tell him.
So
oh,
then,
he didn't do that.
Dietrich, listen. If you want to prove your point, if you say it was a fact that Son should have put a shot on target or shot on goal in that situation, scored is way out. You're really reaching there because he never even took a shot. Then you hold on. If you're right, then if you're afraid to discuss the details, if you're not being diligent enough to back up your argument, then you lose.
No, I don't lose because
What
you're.
I don't
Because you
understand
cannot,
is
we
why
can't
we're
argue
arguing
with
over
you because
one
you can't
player.
accept criticism. You can't.
What I don't understand, right, all in all, is we're arguing over the playing performance of one player when there's 10 other players on the pitch. Harry Kane
Yes,
wasn't
I know
good today.
Bayesian probability.
no,
Son wasn't good today. Højbjerg was okay. Like
Reguilon had a shocker.
Reguilon
had a shocker.
Yeah, exactly. Reguilon had a shocker. I normally sit there and say Højbjerg was shit, no matter how he's played. But today, I can safely say he did something today, and I'm impressed. Reggie was shit.
But what I'm
Dyer,
asking, no, this is what I'm
shit.
asking. Listen, this is what I'm asking you. Okay, when you're talking about probability, okay. Now listen, are you not aware what confirmation bias is? Right, people go check my Twitter. I got a whole post on it. So confirmation bias is basically where you already have a presupposition, right? A preconceived notion. You then interpret data you see based on that preconceived notion. Son's out of form. Son has a bad touch. Son's a purple patch. You hold that presupposition or bias, and then you view what happens in the real world based on that bias. Hold on, focusing in, zeroing in. Because let me tell you,
That's
right?
assumption.
No, it's not. It is.
Yes,
It's
it
a
is.
presupposition. That's what I mean. It's a confirmation bias. Because when the data, the objective data, contradicts your position, and you say I'm wrong when my subjective opinion matches the data,
But you
who's
see-
right and who's wrong?
No, but you use the data as it's the holy grail. Oh, it's everything. If you base your
I am
your
fortunate
arguments-
enough that I do not have a bias against any player. I say it how it is.
Josh,
If
you
I
have
think the
lots of
player
biases
was shit-
against players.
No, I do not. Harry Kane, I was dead against Harry Kane at the beginning of the season because I did not believe he was playing up to the expectation that he should have been. Recently, when he's been banging goals in, I'll give the guy his dues and I'll give the guy credit. Son, I gave him loads of credit at the beginning of the season, but over the course of the last couple of weeks, he's drifted off. He hasn't played as great. He hasn't played to that expectation that we expect him to do. So I'm gonna publicly call it. Højbjerg, I believe he's perfect. I think he's absolute dreadful, but today he put a shift in. Reguilon is another player who I said down the left, yeah, he's brilliant. Last season I was singing his praises. This season hasn't been the same. Today's another example of that.
But
Will,
Josh,
can I ask you something?
Josh.
Go on.
Yeah, go on. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, Josh, you know me. I'm the biggest delusional when it comes to Kane. I'm
Yeah, I know
big
you
enough. Yeah, I agree. I'm big enough to say he had a bad game. I can even say he had a bad game again. No, as the start of the season. But Will cannot say that with Son. So that's an agenda, bro.
What can I not say with Son?
You never said once in your life, "Oh, Son was actually terrible."
What?
Everyone had a part to play today, and not everyone played their part.
What? What'd you say, Dietrich?
I said I never heard you once criticize Son, and I criticized Kane. You never did.
I've criticized, but hold on. First of all, I haven't seen some play like trash this
But
season. Hold on.
he-
Has he had performances that have been poor or below his average? Absolutely.
So today you're not
For
telling
me, trash is the definition of a horrible player. Son Heung-min has
This
not
is the
played
thing, like
a horrible game or been a horrible player.
he had a horrible game just
this.
like
This is the thing. This is the thing. Terms like trash, terms like shit, terms like awful. They are all subjective to your opinion. Okay.
That's why I ask you to define them, and nobody ever does.
Exactly. I was like, if I say a player's trash, I legitimately don't. I'm not sitting there saying, "Oh, the guy cannot play football." I'm saying he had a bad game.
Well, then
was
just say he
trash
had a bad
today.
game.
He had a
If
bad
that's all,
game.
okay, hold listen. Now, anytime you have a conversation with me, okay, and you say Son was trash, and I say define trash, all you have to say is like below average, and then I'll say, okay, by that definition, Son was trash. I have no problems with you creating
His
your own definition.
performance-
All
his
I want you to do, hold on,
today-
that's fine. All I want you to do is divine your terms and demonstrate how he meets that criteria. But let's get some other people's opinion. We got Mari in from Mexico. Tiago's back in the house. Mar, if you got any thoughts as well.
Sup, my brothers? Watched the game at a Hooters. in
Yo,
Cancun.
Mari.
Yeah,
At a Hooters in Cancun.
yeah. I didn't know they had it.
Oh, nice.
And of course, I was next to a Man United supporter, an Arsenal and Aston Villa supporter, and I was just like, "Fuck, give me another drink," because by the end of the game, I was just like, "Oh,
I can already tell you've been clubbing. You got the armbands and everything.
yeah, that's it.
Yes,
You either got out of the hospital or you've been at the
Yes,
club.
sir.
yeah." Met a nice Brazilian girl today.
There you go.
Yeah, Amanda. Her club is
He
basketball.
knows her name and everything. He's got a number.
So according to Cody Mack, Son
wait,
played
wait, no,
below
wait,
average
wait.
of an average
With the
player.
Gama, that's her club. So
I just-
we play soccer and
Which
stuff.
team?
Vasco, the Gama.
Go for her.
Yeah.
Marry her.
Oh, she's good. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. I'm gonna see her again
Right
tomorrow.
now.
I'm gonna see her again tomorrow. Beautiful girl. We really hit it off. It was a real beautiful girl. My thoughts of the game. I missed the first 10 minutes. I was getting to the beach to the Hooters to watch the game. So I I missed the first Ronaldo score, and I heard it was like Reguilon's fault. So I was kind of like,
Eric Dyer's fault.
Who's Dyer's fault? Okay.
Yeah.
And so the second goal was Reggie's fault. So I'm like, damn, we're missing Session. I was like, crap. I watched the game. We had our chances. We had the chances. Now I've heard you guys talk about Son. Was there something wrong with his cleats? Because I couldn't hear. But like I said, it's a party atmosphere.
No, don't.
What is it? What is this subjective argument that it's the subjective argument that it's his shoes? What? How?
No. I'm just joking. No, he didn't play good. He did not play good. I'm gonna tell you, he didn't play good. But I'm like, what was the field wet? Like that's what I was thinking. I'm just
Yeah, the field was super wet. You could tell.
I was thinking, what's going on? Because he kept he slipped 2-3 times on some times we were attacking.
He wasn't
like,
the only one that slipped today either.
yeah, so I was like, yo, what's going on? My boy who's a United fan, he's like, yo, like, is he on roller skates? Like he was slipping. So, so by that extent, if I'm gonna make fun of Sanchez, because I call Davison skates, Davison skate Sanchez, I have to say, man, Sonny did not play a good game. A lot of people didn't play a good game, but that was like, for me, I was like, what's going on? Because I didn't see the post-game coverage. So I kind of want to know from you guys, was there something wrong with his cleats? Because he kept slipping and sliding. I was like, yo.
No, there's nothing wrong with his cleats, right? It's just,
Okay.
Some people slip sometimes. It happens.
Okay.
That's it.
So,
It's 3 a.m., guys, so I'm going to shoot off to bed.
All right,
Yeah.
Josh, take it easy.
but
Take care, man.
Till then, bud.
Have a good day.
I made the prediction that we're going to
Number
win.
one.
But I did say as a disclaimer, 'cause I just went into the heart of it. I made that chart, the Spurs chart. Win loss. It came out exactly win loss. We won against Everton. We lost. So that means we're probably going to win against Brighton.
Is it West Ham?
And then lose against West Ham.
Brighton.
And then we're going to lose against West Ham. That's how it's been the chart. The last 8 games, win loss.
Damn,
So-
losing against West Ham.
So we'll beat Brighton.
I got nothing wrong. Hold on. This is a great example. I got no problem with what Mari just said about Son. Right. He played bad today. Got no problem with that. Right? Bad means worse. It means worse than normal, which I agree with. Right? That's what bad means. He didn't say trash. He didn't say garbage. He didn't say awful. Okay.
Yeah,
see the difference in terms?
Yeah, his moments. Yeah, he wasn't trash.
Bad day.
Like,
right? He had a bad day. No problem with that.
You need to get out. You need
Exactly.
to get out. Sub. Like you were like trash. Like get him out of there.
Garbage means I don't want you on the team. It means you need to be sat. It means you need to be replaced. That's what trash means, and that's my definition of trash. So when I object to the term trash, right? When I call a player trash, it means I don't want him to play for Spurs anymore. That's what I mean by trash. So that if I object to your use of trash, the reason why I asked you to define that is because I don't know what you mean. I know what I mean by that word, right? So if I say somebody's trash, they need to go. Right? That's what it means for me.
No,
it's the reason why I ask people to define stuff.
No, but you said this player's trash. I just said he played like trash.
Yeah, but he didn't. It's extreme to say he played like trash. You know, he had a low par game. Yeah, for sure. He wasn't at his best.
A bad day.
But to say he was trash, he didn't get sent off in the 25th minute. He didn't, he didn't lead to any mistakes that led to goals. Correct. To say he's trash, and look, there's a problem in our fan base, lads, to be honest. You know, there's a lot of negativity going around, even on the We Are Tottenham boys, you know, who I'm usually listening to. And, you know, you got Stelios on there saying that we need to replace 12, 13 players. Hold on a minute. We beat Man City at the start of the season without Kane. We went out, we beat City again. We should have beaten Liverpool. We should have beaten Liverpool at home. These are the best teams in the league. We are a few players away from adding onto the squad for being a team that can challenge not only for the top four, but really push on in the summer if we get the right players in. There's no point in saying we need to change 12 players, 13 players. It's something that's never going to happen. It's not going to happen.
No, it's not.
Well, that's the problem. We have the wrong manager. We needed a manager for a long-term rebuild, not for to win right now. Because I disagree. I don't think we're 4 or 5 players away because we have no depth. Because we have a good starting 11, and a few players would add to that starting 11 and maybe give us a couple more in rotation. But the large majority, I mean, look at our bench today. It's poor. It's poor compared to the other teams in the top 6 fighting for top 6. It's just not good enough. When we have injuries, we can't replace players. We don't have any depth.
Liverpool have kids on their bench.
Mostly because of injuries and COVID, though. I mean, we only have a couple injuries.
Liverpool's not that deep either.
I will say this.
They're getting deeper with signings like Jota and Diaz.
And Liverpool's academy products are better because Tottenham's academy
from the midfield back, they're not deep at all.
Has really fallen behind the last few years.
Hold on. From the midfield back, Liverpool is not deep.
No. Let's be
Wait.
real.
They have Konate, Van Dijk, and Gomez. That's pretty deep.
Hold on, what?
They have Konate, Van Dijk, Matip, and Gomez. That's pretty good.
Okay, so they have 2 people in each position. We have 5 center backs. They have 4. But I'm saying in their wing back positions. Okay,
they do.
Hold on. In their full back positions, they're very shallow.
They have Robertson and Tsimikas.
Tsimikas is like 10 years old.
No, he's not.
Oh my god.
He has a baby face, but
Tsimikas is actually very good.
He's actually good.
I think he's 25.
I will say this. We were sitting with some fans because I went on a Daniel Levy tirade, and everybody understood. They were like, "Yeah, if you got Aston Villa fan, even an Arsenal fan was just like, wow, you guys have no vision." I blame that on Daniel Levy. Our team, they were actually impressed with Kulu. They already know what Kane is about. They know what Son is about. Now more than ever, after watching today's game, with Ronaldo scoring a hat trick, other than Romero, I'm gonna be honest, we have to shore up the defense.
Whole defense needs to be remade.
That has to be done. Yes, 12 people for depth, but I'm just talking for starting 11. the defense. We got to be going after the DeVries, the Delits, the
Lotterbach.
what I mean, Botman, whoever. Anything that's better than this, what we have now, for us to have a chance. Because going forward, yes, I would like to get 1 or 2 people. I'm not as worried. Like I said, we had our chances, but the defense, I'm not.
I hear you, but there's no. Listen, this is slight. Look, I'm just as critical of our transfer policy and all that stuff as anybody. You guys know, right? It's March. There's nothing we can do about it. I'm sorry. I understand. We all know that things are wrong, right? Things are bad. But there's nothing we can do to fix it right now. Nothing. So I don't understand why. Like, I understand. We can simply say, look, go for the cause, do. There's nothing we can do for another 2 or 3 months. And that's if we do anything in the first place. Right?
Yeah, that's why the season is over. Yeah. It's over. I mean, at this point, we just hope we try and fight for Europa League, because that's the best we can do. And honestly, I'd rather get Europa League or just not be in Europe, because I don't want to be in the Conference League again.
I'm not having that
a waste
argument.
of time and resources.
Honestly, sorry, I don't know your name. I apologize, but I'm not having that we're only fighting for Europa League. I think that's ridiculous with the way the league table's looking, with the games we have left, with the games that other clubs have left. We should be fighting for top 4. That's not to say we're going to get top 4.
Is it?
Look at our last 12 games.
Europa League.
Well, it's still a possibility, right?
It's still a big possibility. It's a huge possibility. If you're watching the other teams play, Arsenal haven't been playing well. They've been getting very lucky against teams. Very, very lucky. They could go out and lose to Leicester tomorrow, and people will be saying something else.
But we had 3 straight losses, and then we've gone win, loss,
still in
win,
our hands.
win, loss.
I have a question.
Hold on, it's still in our hands.
I have a question for. Is it?
And what happens every time Tottenham are in this position?
Exactly.
We fall short every time because we don't have the depth.
Honestly, I understand the negativity, yeah, but honestly,
I don't know if it's necessarily pessimism.
We have come such a long way as a club since the early 90s, yeah, and mid 90s, when we were mid to bottom of the league. We're still up here, going to United, expecting to get points. That in itself is something. So
only because United is extremely poor based on their average. This is one of the worst United teams in years.
But we just beat City up there. We just beat.
Hold on, stop. It wasn't luck. It was not luck. Hold on.
No,
a victory over City was not luck.
City because we are an ideal matchup for them. Because tactically, we are the perfect.
Okay, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, it's not luck.
It's not luck. No,
the only reason why we beat City is because we had no pressure on us. Let's be real. What? We were expected to lose. There was
that's
no
fine,
pressure
but that's
on
not
us.
luck. Okay, not having pressure. Hold on. Yeah, it's not luck. Saying something is luck is ridiculous, right? Luck means like Son hit a shot that was supposed to be a cross and it actually went in the goal. That's luck, right?
No, I'm not taking away from that. But the only reason why we beat City is because we had no pressure on our shoulders. When we have pressure, there's a game that is actually
we fold under pressure. Agreed.
We fold under pressure, and that is why
we have that trend. Yes.
I gave up on top 4, and it's not me being pessimistic. It's because we don't.
You shouldn't give up. You shouldn't give up hope, man. Honestly,
Amir, as much
why should I have
tough.
They haven't shown me.
Imagine saying, top 4 is possible, but then you lose games against Burnley, one of a relegation team. How can you be hopeful of making top 4? It's not possible.
I agree. They were bottom when we lost to them.
I agree that those a lot more than what happened today. Yeah, they hurt a lot more. The Boroughs and the Burnleys of the world and all the other terrible teams, Packers, the Moorers and all that. Yeah, but we also have to remember where we're at. We switched managers, in the middle of the season. We've got a bloody chairman who sees our football club more as a business than a football club. So we're dealing with a lot of issues. Conte is doing his best to turn things around.
I agree.
For me,
all arguments to why we can't get top 4.
Exactly.
Nah, it's not a reason why we can't.
All of those arguments all of those things you just said add to the argument that it's very, very unlikely that we get top 4. We have to have a near perfect run in from this point on. After we lost 3 straight league games, and then I've gone
it's not near perfect.
win loss, win loss,
Would you like
win
me to
loss
pull it
since
up?
then.
No,
right
no,
now,
no.
hold on.
Listen.
Right now, I said if we
near
lose
perfect.
to it, hold on. If we lose to West Ham, draw to Villa, right, and lose to Liverpool, okay. So, right, those are everybody else you'd expect we should beat. So we draw with or lose to West Ham. We lost to Man United today. We lose to West Ham. We draw with Aston Villa and we lose to Liverpool. We are equal on points with Arsenal if they beat everybody but Liverpool, Chelsea, and us.
But Will, we're the type of team like it goes down to the last game of the season and we're gonna bottle it. That's Tottenham.
That's fine, but you're simply begging the question based on past history. I agree with the probability is high. Okay, but what I'm saying is, it is still possible, of our own volition, to get top 4.
It is.
Easily possible.
Of course.
It's still up to us.
Of course.
Then we should, hold on.
Spurs fans, wait a second, lads. As Spurs fans, we surely should be aiming for that top 4. If God forbid we get 5th or 6th, okay, we'll take Europa League. 7th and downwards, terrible. Kane's going, Sonny's going. Who knows what's going to happen in the summer?
But
right?
there's a difference.
I think the team
be aiming for top 4.
But Amir,
the team need to be aiming for top 4.
Yes,
the
exactly.
team,
We, as fans, need to be
we
aiming
as
too.
fans need to manage our expectations.
Okay. No,
So
hold on.
we stop being such a bipolar club.
There's a difference between saying it's possible on our own, right, on our own performances to get top 4. Because right now with Bowen out, we actually have a chance to beat West Ham. To be honest with you. We have the form that West Ham's been in lately. We have a chance to beat West Ham.
Yeah, they're gonna beat us.
What about the form we've been in?
But you can say
At home? At home, we have a chance to beat West Ham. Even with the form we've been in, we absolutely have a chance. Although it happens to fall on our win loss, and we're going to lose to West Ham.
I'd say it's unlikely though because they're going to sit back and we can't break teams
West
down.
Ham doesn't sit back.
Yes, they
stop.
Yes, they do. They
Stop.
do not press.
Stop.
It's a very balanced. They're a very balanced squad.
No,
But
they are not a park the bus squad by any means. Stop.
I didn't say that. I said they're a balanced squad, but they can sit back, and they do.
Anybody
sit back in
can
certain
sit
situations.
back.
But Moyes is a pragmatic
Hey, listen.
manager, and he adjusts the team to each individual opponent. He will see that Tottenham struggles to break teams down because it's fucking obvious to anybody who watches football that we're good against teams who press and good against teams who want to dominate the ball, and we're shit against teams who sit back and want to play long ball and play on the counter because that's what we want to do.
You're right.
It's so obvious, and that's exactly what Moyes is going to do.
But
Because
up
it's
to
fucking
Conte.
obvious, and it's going to be
So why didn't
difficult
Ragnar
for
do it
us.
today?
No, it's not. It's not up to Conte. It's up to those players on the pitch to
But
pull
that's what I'm
something out of
saying.
the bag, to
Conte
thread a
took the
pass, to
players
take
out.
a long shot.
Wait a second,
Do
wait a
something.
second.
Don't
Hold
be
on,
fucking
stop. One at a
cowards
time.
like they were today. Fucking cowards.
You said Radnick.
It's
like,
up to Conte and the players to make sure and come up.
You froze on us,
Simple as
Amir.
that.
You froze on
so
us there
for
for
the
a
next
second.
one that comes out and plays us again, the next team that plays a low block against us, I want to see Conte and I want to see the players doing something different that we didn't do against Burnley. Get wider, get more balls into the box, get more men in the box.
But we can't even do.
crosses.
We can't even do the basics, bro. We can't even do even cross the fucking ball. We can't even do it.
That's not true. You're being verbose.
no way that
Hold on,
Conte
stop
is
for a
telling
second. Hold on. Okay, you just said we can't even cross the ball when today a cross was a result. Because of a cross, we got the own goal. Last week, because of the cross, we got a long ball.
Okay,
because of goals last season, we have had how many goals off of crosses this season? So you're being over boisterous. That's fine to be over boisterous. Just say you're being over boisterous. Don't say it as fact.
No. Let me explain it. We cannot cross in a consistent basis from our fullbacks. We can't.
We can't perform on a consistent basis right now.
No, but we can't even do it consistently. That's the issue.
That's what I'm saying. As a team, we're going from like 7.6 performances to 6.6 performances every other week.
Yeah, but that's the issue.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you. That's the issue.
And that's the problem in terms of getting top 4 because you need to be consistent. Now,
But, I mean,
I
there's
think
also
the team and the players in the team and Conte should aim for top 4. But Spurs fans, we have a massive problem of just like every time something good happens, we overhype the crap out of it, and when something
Kieran,
bad
there's a
happens,
difference.
it's the worst thing ever. We
There's
need
a
to
difference.
manage our
Hold on.
expectations a little bit.
Kieran, that's fine. But there's a difference between saying we will get top 4 and we should be fighting for top 4. There's a difference
Well, yeah,
between
we
having
should
the
fight
expectation
for it, but it's
to
not-
fight.
I don't
expect
think it's
us
gonna
to
happen.
fight for it.
I will say
Not
this.
that
Yeah,
we're
of
going
course.
to get it.
I will
That's
say this.
delusional. We
I
will
will
get
say-
top 4. Delusional. We should fight for top 4. That is hopeful, right?
I will
That's
say
what we
I
this.
should-
agree.
I will
I
say
agree with
this.
that. I mean, we should.
we
fight
won't get
for
top
it.
4 is negative.
I will
Pragmatic.
say this.
Okay.
I will
Alright,
say this.
Spot on, Will.
Wait. I will say this. I'm looking at the Premier League standings, right? I'm looking at the Premier League standings. If Arsenal,
Crystal Palace,
yeah, they got their hard teams coming up.
Man U, West Ham,
we got a
Chelsea,
game against
Tottenham.
them. So we have, I mean, we must be West Ham. And then the last thing about United, if we win our 2 games at hand, if you want to say, we are still technically ahead
I know.
of
That's what I'm saying.
We're still ahead of them.
Even with this loss, we clear 70 points if we lose to West Ham and Liverpool and draw with Aston Villa.
But
But
my
that's the issue.
confidence is low. It's not impossible. We still have a good chance, but my confidence in those chances is low.
There's
is
a
a
difference.
chance.
When
There
I
is-
start to get pragmatic or think this is a lost cause, and when it's no longer in our hands, okay, it's still in our hands. We don't need help from somebody else, right?
He's right. He's right. I'm looking at the schedule.
What do you mean?
looking
To
at
get top 4 or to be above Man U? We don't need it.
to be
To get top 4.
No,
'Cause if
Arsenal has
Arsenal-
that.
No, we do need help.
We do need help from Arsenal. They have to
No,
lose the
Arsenal
game.
has-
They're, hold on,
Liverpool.
they're not beating Liverpool and they're not beating Chelsea.
You don't know
You're
that.
We don't know
You don't
that.
know.
No.
I don't
Well, actually,
know
the
that.
Chelsea one could be interesting. The Chelsea one could be interesting.
Okay.
I doubt they'll beat- I
I'm not
doubt
gonna lie.
they'll beat
Arsenal beat Wolves. They beat Wolves, but
Chelsea
and-
away,
I
they're gonna
Wolves,
beat them. All
they haven't
right.
beat- They haven't beaten.
They have a
might.
good record against Chelsea. No, they actually.
Will,
they actually have a
Will,
good
Will.
record.
Things are bad for Chelsea right now. I don't know. They might actually pull
Let's-
it off.
Yeah,
No,
they have a good record.
last
They
season-
clear-
You realize,
they
right,
clear-
that Arsenal beat Chelsea twice last season.
Yeah,
Exactly.
That's
beat them
last
twice.
season. It's not this
But not
season.
this season.
They were shit last season.
But they were worse
Yeah,
last
that's
season.
exactly my point.
They beat
they
this
beat-
Arsenal is worse, and so is Chelsea. We didn't lose to Chelsea
No,
4
they were
times last
worse
season.
last season.
Come on now.
Chelsea won the Champions League last season and Arsenal beat them twice.
That's fine. Look, in a fluke world, right? If we won all the rest of our matches and Arsenal won the rest of their matches, right? Obviously, the probability of both of those scenarios happening is close to 0. It's possible, right? It's not 0, but it's close. Then Arsenal would get top 4 over us because they're up on us by what, 3 points right now, right?
I think 6.
and 3 games.
Is that still?
2 games.
No, it's just the background music.
Well,
It
not
rolls
3
through
games.
all the thing. But
It's 2 games.
what's 2 games?
No, someone said 3 games.
And then they have to
No.
play us. So
It's
if we
only
if
2
we
games.
beat them, then that's a 6-point match right there. Okay, so if you understand that, that's one of those games in hands, right? So if they win all of theirs, it's impossible for them to win all of theirs and for us to win all of ours. It's impossible. Somebody has to win or draw or lose that game that we have in hand with each other, right?
It's going to be the biggest derby in the last decade, lads.
Exactly.
That's all I can tell
That
you.
one match.
Depending on where we are.
That one match is that
Yeah, but
6-point difference.
But do you have any confidence
But
going
Will.
into this game if it happens? Like, if it goes down to the wire, are you gonna be? You're gonna have any hope?
It depends on when that match schedule is. What happens? We could go out and beat Brighton. We could go out and beat.
No, okay. Let's say next week they put the game. Are you gonna be happy or no? Are you gonna be hopeful?
What do you mean?
Like, if they put the game next week, for example, after the West Ham game, let's say, are you gonna say, "Oh, we have a chance to beat them," or are you gonna say? Because I'm not confident, to be honest. I'm not.
In fact, putting it after the West Ham, according to our curtain room form, if you want to follow the pattern, would be the best time to put it. Right? We're going to beat Brighton, lose the West Ham, and beat Arsenal. That would be the best time.
Yeah. Well, guys, I got to go, but I have one thing because I caught the debate about stats and the eye test. So I'm going to say this. On the beach, I was definitely using my eye test. Stats shows the women on the beach, the Mexican women, they are hot. There you go. Eye test, stats, boom. Perfect marriage.
Yes. How many you saw? A lot of them being hot would be a statistic. Yes, that would be correct.
Yeah. Like most of them. 90%.
You just couldn't let them go with it, eh?
The eye test, the stats.
I got no problem with the eye test. It's relying only on the eye test I have a problem with.
Well, they work hand in hand, so it's good. And stats show they're hot. So there you go. On that note, Levy out. I'm doing a dangle. Levy out.
Oh yeah. Big up, Maury.
Take it easy, man. Have fun. Don't get in too much trouble. Don't get arrested.
Yeah.
Try not to.
Well, she's Brazilian. What's
up, Cody?
Is Son world class?
He absolutely is world class.
Okay. Can you tell me one play he made today that was world class?
God, what is he showing us?
No, he's trying to cook something. I know.
Son is world class.
Son is world class. It says Son is world class. The sign.
That's fine.
The light's
I
reflecting
agree.
on it a lot.
Yeah, I know.
Son is world
I
class.
got one over this says, fuck you, Son is world class. And this one says, Son is world class. That one says, fuck you, Son is world class. One over there.
Son is world class. I agree. Can you tell me one play that Son made today that you would regard as world class?
Yeah, setting up the own goal.
No, that was.
Was it not regular?
It was regular.
No, that was regular.
He
What
made
is
the
it?
Where-
pass regular.
Who made the pass?
No, but that was regular. That created the own goal.
Okay. Yes, directly, right? But who had the GCA?
Oh
Son.
my!
You
What's
guys
GCA?
totally ignore.
Listen. Sonny is world class, and Sonny's allowed to have bad games. But when he has bad games, part of the reason that he gets more stick than Matt Doherty is because Son is expected to put in world-class performances. That's part of being world-class. Part of being world-class is every single game you are expected to perform as one of the top 5 players at your position in the world. So when you don't do that,
Okay, hold on.
Son didn't today. Son did not today. There is no metric that you can convince me with that Son played like a world-class player today.
Son played worse than average, but your accusation is Son played below average for an average player.
Son's SOFA score is not relevant. Son is in a different category.
Hold on.
Than Matt
No.
Doherty.
Your expectation is irrelevant.
Category. Okay, he's held.
Your
to a higher
expectation
standard.
is irrelevant. His average is 7.3. He performed at a 7.1 today. Okay. Or his average on who scored is 7, and he performed at a 6.6 based on the performances of the game.
We've seen that SOFA score
Every
ratings
objective
are highly
metric.
suspicious.
No, it's not suspicious. You assume it's suspicious. You're begging the question. Demonstrate it.
Okay, well,
Demonstrate it.
Do you think that terrorists run PSG?
I think terrorists run PSG. I don't know if terrorists run PSG.
Do you think there's dirty money in football? Do you think there is?
I think it's
profit to be had
plausible
by-
that some things dirty happen in football. Yes.
Right. Okay, so let's just assume that SofaScore is a clean source of information regardless. Can you show me a statistic outside of his player rating that justifies him being world class today or playing good?
Did he have a world-class performance today? No.
Yeah, but you're saying that he is very, very close to his own average performance. What is the bar that we expect from a world-class player like Son Heung-min? How do we expect him to impact a game? How can you Not only
hold on. Look at what you said here.
You watched the game twice.
Look at what you said here. Son played below average for an average player. I disagree with that. You have no objective criteria by which that is met.
I'm trying to explain that Son
He
clearly
didn't play below average for an average. That's slander. That's not true.
Son is not rated on the same
that true?
scale as Matt Doherty, and that's what
Is
SofaScore
that true?
does, right? SofaScore
Is
takes-
that true? No, it's not what SofaScore does.
Yes, it is. They rate based on a certain algorithm.
Shall we read the definition?
That does not take into consideration
Shall we
what
read the definition?
expectations on those players are.
Shall we read the definition?
You cannot defend Son as a world-class player, which I do.
Shall we read
I
the
do.
definition?
The thing is, I will admit and defend Son as a world-class player, but I will hold him to that standard.
Okay.
And
Did
he
he
did
play
not
below
meet that
average for an
standard
average
today.
player? Yes or no?
I cannot think of a single
Did he
way
play
that-
below average of an average player? Yes or no?
I don't care what your statistics say. You cannot tell me.
No, I'm
a
not
way
asking
that-
about statistics.
Listen,
I'm asking you about your own
answer my
comment.
question. Tell me.
Did he play below
tell
average
me-
for
tell
an
me
average
what-
player?
Tell me how Son influenced the game today. You
How
just
does
tell
Son
me that.
the highest GCA for the match?
GCA.
Yeah. Goal contributing actions.
Oh, I was like, what the hell is GCA?
How did he accumulate the highest GCA?
Because who played the ball to Kulusevski before Kulusevski crossed it? Who built the
he
play?
got the hockey assist for a goal that did.
Yeah, that's what GCA is.
No. You can't count that. Kulusevski did everything.
That's what
for the-
GCA
For the
is.
penalty, you talk about the Kulusevski
Goal
weak, man.
chain
That's pretty weak.
actions.
No, that's whack. You
Let
know
me
what
ask
that's
you
like?
this.
You know what that's like? That's like
let's go down the
Sergio
list.
Busquets.
Let's go down the list.
Assist for Lionel Messi
How many
against
goals
Madrid.
did Son have today?
Zero.
How many assists did Son have today?
Zero.
How many key passes did Son have today?
Zero.
How many crosses did he complete compared to attempted?
One.
One for how many attempted?
1 out of 7.
Out of 7.
Out
right?
of 7.
His
Yeah.
entire SofaScore rating is propped up by the fact that his passing accuracy was above 91%. And that's bullshit.
Okay. Is that true? The whole
That's
thing.
like-
You just said whole. Hold on. You use a very specific word here that has very specific connotation. You said whole. Is that the only metric that boosted his score today? Yes or no? Yes or no?
He has 4 ground. He won 3.
Okay, so that is not
ground
whole, is it? So you just self-refuted yourself. You just contradicted yourself.
Okay, let's change it to heavily then.
Heavily. Was it
Yeah.
the most significant attribute that contributed to his score today? Yes or no?
I don't know.
So then why are you making the accusation? What's I'm saying? You're making
Sorry,
assertions that are
did I
baseless,
accuse-
Cody.
Did I accuse Son of not scoring a goal today?
No, nobody did.
Okay, so go
You
down
said
that list.
you said his
The
performance today was
strongest
bad
statistical
because he
argument
fell.
that you can make, besides his passing accuracy, is that he made the pass.
Did you or did you not say his performance today was trash?
I think on the listen.
Yes or no?
Will, listen. This is not about statistics. This is about expectations.
Did you or
We
did you not say
expect-
his performance today was trash?
As people, as which we agree on, you and I, we agree. Son is world class, right? So as two guys that agree that Son is world class,
Okay.
we have expectations on how they are to.
What would you
impact
rate him
the
today
game.
then, Cody?
What would I rate Son?
Mm-hmm.
Son did not do anything to impact
What
the game.
did you rate him as today then?
Well, I didn't do player ratings, but if I did,
Well, I'm asking you now.
It would. Thing is, you look at ratings differently than other people do, right?
That's fine.
You get so angry about Ali Gold making a 4.
Yeah.
I have never seen a 4 on SofaScore. So why is it that big of a deal when you can see that his eye test
Because
score has no connection to statistics?
That's
like you
fine. I
demonstrate.
agree. But
Right?
what? Hold on. That's fine.
So
I agree with
Ali
you.
gives
It's
him a
not
4,
connected.
and you're
right.
like, oh.
Hold
no,
on.
He's statistically, he was a 6.5.
Hold on. That's fine.
Why does that matter?
Slow down for a second. Okay. Because when you compare Son's ratings to the rest, okay, so Alistair Gold is defining his own definition. If it doesn't compare to SofaScore, that's fine. I've got no problem with that. Okay. The problem I have with Alistair Gold's ratings is that obviously he's using the same definitions to rate all 11 players on the pitch, and there is by no standard, whether I or statistically, that says Son was the worst player on the pitch today for either team. And that was the rating that Alistair Gold gave him.
Yes.
So by that metric, it's bullshit.
Unless you rate each player on what they are expected to do in your mind, which means as a world-class player, Son has a higher ceiling than Matt Doherty.
Even by any expectation you have, Son, for it in your own mind.
I just don't understand why you're
Hold on.
holding Ali Gold and all these people who make these ratings to the standard that these statistical websites do. It's asinine.
Because hold on, anyone who doesn't have a bias in or agenda can say the Son wasn't the worst player on the pitch today. That's obvious from anyone. I'm sorry. There is no one who watches that football match and thinks to themselves, if they don't have a bias or an agenda, the Son was the worst player on the pitch today, period.
Could you make the argument that Son underperformed the most compared to what he's capable of?
No.
Yes, you could.
No,
Yes,
you couldn't.
you could.
No, you couldn't.
No,
you could not.
No, it was Kane. It was Kane by far. It was Kane.
Kane by far, if you're
Kane
talking about
was
what they are capable of.
Compared to what he's capable of. Yeah, it was definitely Kane.
There's no argument that justifies Son being the bottom of that list today. Zero. And you standing up for that means that you are agreeing with it.
No.
If you're not denouncing it, you're agreeing with it.
I'm not standing up for Ali Gold so much as I am standing up to you, though. Don't you see?
You're just going against me because you like to be contrarian against me. That's all it is.
Do you not see that you are actually inspiring people to rise up against you when you present arguments?
Let them, because I know my shit.
But you haven't
with the football boot thing.
any one of your arguments. So what's the fucking point?
What do you mean? I've proved all of my arguments.
All you're doing is breeding a generation.
I prove every one of them.
Going to be anti-Son because they look at.
I prove every one of them.
Defend your position, and they see it's bullshit.
I prove every one of them. I never make an assertion without a definition and a demonstration. Never. Everyone else asserts and never demonstrates.
Did you say earlier that Son played good?
I did.
Well, that says it all right there.
Yep, and so did Conte. Says it all.
Oh, what statistics was Conte using to back up his?
He was probably just using his own opinion. I was using statistics to back up mine.
Except the statistics don't really flesh out, do they?
They do. They flesh out that he was the best player in the front three today.
But
does anyone else think Son was the best player today of the front three?
That was Kulu.
I don't think so.
I think Kulu,
Does one person on this panel agree with Will that Son was the best forward player?
Okay,
for
what did you
Tottenham
just do right
Hotspur
there?
today?
Are you doing argumentum ad populum right now?
No.
It's funny how those always go against.
No. Hold on. You're blaming me because you use fallacies. Don't call me out on a fallacy, Will.
You can't even tell me something good that Son did today. How is he the best forward player?
I can. Are you ready? Right?
Yeah,
highest packing accuracy, most progressive passes, most progressive runs, the highest run rate, the highest press rate of any of the front three. Those are 5 good things. The highest GCA of anybody on the front three. Would you like some more?
Yeah, but
the lowest lost possession rate of any of the front three.
Yeah, but one.
Would you like some more?
Has anyone changed?
I just listed 7. How many do I need?
But that's not good.
You said I haven't. I couldn't even name one.
Tell me why no one is agreeing with you.
I don't know why. Because they could care. Because they like to argue with me. That's why.
No, that's not true.
No.
Well,
you could say that if it was just you and me on the panel, but there's 8 other people on this panel right now that disagree with you, and this is consistent.
Well, do you have a subjective opinion on what happened in the game, or is your opinion solely based on statistics?
We tried to do this exercise, and Will failed. He only wanted to use statistics. His best eye test was sitting trying to record as many statistics as was physically possible with his retinas. He completely defeated the purpose of the exercise, and he knew it.
Okay, that's not the point. Hold on, no. If I did that, you said the question that you proposed me in the chat. I clipped it and shared it with everybody. Right? I can share it on here if you'd like.
This is letter of the law versus spirit of the law. Will, you know it. You know it.
You said make your own player rating and compare it to SofaScore. Exactly what I did. Okay. Now, one, if I'm watching the game, okay, are my feelings reality? Yes or no? Are my feelings reality?
Are statistics reality?
Yes.
Do they tell the whole
100%.
story? Why do you watch football? Will?
Yes.
Do you watch?
Hold on.
Why do you support Tottenham Hotspur?
Hold on. The statistic that is recorded is reality. It tells the whole story for
does not
that
tell
case.
the whole story. It
Hold
tells
on.
The whole
It
story
doesn't.
is one thing.
Hold on. Hold on. Stop.
No combination
Hold
of
on.
statistics will ever replace digesting a football match through your fucking.
Did I
retina.
say that?
Well,
Did I say
You're on
that?
the road to saying that.
No, I'm not. Hold on. Stop. What I'm saying is, it is a objective fact the Sun did not score a goal today. It is an objective fact that Harry Kane scored a goal today. Okay, that tells the whole story of who scored a goal, the whole story. Now, when you take multiple statistics, right? Multiple statistics in order to draw a conclusion that isn't directly recovered by those statistics, then it is subjective. Yes. Why? Because you're creating an analytic. Analytics are subjective. What is goal or XG? It's an analytic. It's saying this particular play with this particular person in this particular position, this particular probability of happening. It's an analytic now. When you're talking about XG chain or XG buildup, you're taking multiple statistics and you're building a scenario where you're trying to paint a picture that may or may not be the case or always be the case. But when it comes to specific statistics, that statistic tells the complete story for that title. It does. Always. Is it an absolute fact the Sun has scored 11 goals this season? Yes or no?
Will.
Does that tell the whole story of Sun's goal scoring?
Son did today on the pitch.
I already did. I told you 7. I already told you 7.
The result.
Impacted the result. GCA in the Regulon buildup, GCA in the Kulizeski buildup. Any more? How many GCAs did Kane have today?
Listen, if you think Son played good today, I would hate to see him play bad. I'll tell you that much.
Today, Middlesbrough was the worst performance in today.
I don't get what the obsession is with Songy though. There were so many other players that didn't have a great game.
Only because Will Stewart will never criticize Son. He was eager to criticize other players on this football club.
Who?
No. Wait. Can I have this one? No, the main thing that pisses me off with you, especially.
Hold on, no, let him go because they're about to bring in my criticism of Kane with his 14 games and one goal.
No. The thing that pisses me off when we criticize Son, then you say, "But Kane wasn't better." But he wasn't better.
Oh no, hold on. Only when you present the case that Kane had performed better. So if you already hold on. Okay, hold on. In today's match, you said Kulizeski played better. I didn't compare Son to Kane today.
You did.
I compared him to the front three.
No, the group chat you did. You did compare with Kane. You did.
Yes, compared with the three of them. Both of them. Okay, so when you compare Son to Kane, and you compare him to Kulizeski, and you compare what they've done in a match, okay? If you're saying one is better than the other, and I'm saying no, they're not. When you say Kulu is the best in the front three today, who did you compare him to? The other two. You're comparing as well. And then you say, you're just comparing him to to somebody else, Will. Do it without comparing, but Kulu was the best.
No, but
that's an unfair expectation, not only on myself, but you're self-refuting yourself. I can compare to others because when you're saying best, that means better than.
No, but that's the thing with you. Like when I say, Son isn't playing well, Kane didn't start well. You always do that every single time.
I ask you, how did Son not play well? I always ask that. You never define it. So if you're not willing, if you're not willing to define why Son played bad, then I have to try to make comparisons. I have to ask, are you comparing him to Kane? Are you comparing him to Kulu? Are you comparing him to Winks? Are you comparing him to Doherty?
No.
If order for you to validate, right, your argument.
No, I compare him to the standards that he sets, which is world class.
Which is what? What is that standard?
It is world class.
Okay, what is that standard? Define. That's not a definition. Okay, if you're saying his standard is world class, then define world class.
World class, it is you influence the game. You have
Influence the game how? What does he have to do to influence the game?
In an obvious manner.
What is obvious? I don't know what obvious means. You have to define it.
It means they call players make better decisions.
Okay, did he score? He played bad today because he didn't. If that's the definition, if bad or not world class is because he didn't score today, of course. Okay, then he didn't have a world class match. I got no problem.
He played bad today because he didn't impact the game.
How?
All you have to do is watch the game, Will.
Cody, that's not a definition. That is not a demonstration. All you have to, that's begging the question. It's a fallacy.
I already told you.
Man, your wife's a lawyer,
The thing
bro.
is, every time.
Ask her.
If I show you stats.
Judge, it's because of course he shot the guy.
If I show you statistics, you say, oh, you used a bad sample or not the statistics that way. If I do a poll on Twitter, you say, oh, that's confirmation bias. And if you fucking leave no other option and I use ad hominem attacks, you're like, for fuck's sake.
I always cry. As long as I'm not drinking rum, I don't cry. I'm telling you right now, look, okay? It's not my fault. You don't hold on. It's not my fault. Hold on. You don't it's not my fault. Hold on, Dietrich.
No, I'm
speaking right now for crying out loud. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Hold on. It's not my stop fucking interrupting me. It's not my fault. You don't know what argument ad populum is. It's not my fault you don't know what a bandwagon fallacy is. It's not my fault you don't know what a consensus fallacy is. That's not my fault. I am not responsible for your ignorance on logical fallacies and argumentation.
I understand all of those things, Will. That doesn't mean that's what it is.
Then why do you keep appealing to them? Yes, you are. When you do a poll, that is exactly, because everybody, because 56% of 51 people said that this was true, therefore it's true. No, that's not. It doesn't matter. 95% of people do. It does not mean that it is the case. You do realize that, right?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so then it's a fallacy. So why do you appeal to it? If it's not logically valid or sound, then why do you appeal to it?
How is it logically valid that you say that Son played good today?
Because the numbers say
what does good
overall.
Mean? What does good mean? Good for who? Good? Did he play good for a League 2 player? Yes.
Did he play good for an average Premier League player?
Did he play
yes.
Good for a world-class player? Did he play good?
No.
That's all you have to say, man.
I've already said it.
No, you haven't.
I said it several times. Was Son world class today? No. Was Son below his average today? Yes. I've already admitted it several times, but you're not going to get me to admit that he was trash. It's not going to happen because he wasn't. By no standard was he trash today.
If someone sold me a ticket to that game and said, watch this player because he is world class, meaning if he's one of the best 5 at his position in the world, he's likely the best player at that position in the game between the two teams, which means he should impact the game. And he didn't.
Are you asking me if his
impact the game? It's simple.
Hold on. He did impact the game.
Yeah, he fell down.
Okay. That's again. Now you are again.
You can go
being
over
that. Hold on, stop.
You can go over this as many times
the
as you
most progressive passes.
You are
the
wrong.
most presses, the most runs in behind, the most GCA, and you're saying he didn't impact the game at all. That is not true. It's slanderous.
Can I say something about?
I think Amir.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Amir has something to post. Right?
Oh, Amir, everybody.
I gotta make a move. I just wanna end it on a positive note as well. Something nobody's mentioned is who knows where Chelsea will be. You know, with the accounts of Abramovich being frozen. You know that's gonna be a big shock to the whole team. They could go into administration if they can't find buyers. You know, so that would be a little positive for us. Just want to rally around the club and the fans, and you know we need to get behind the team, aim for top 4. You know, if we get 5th, if we get 6th, it's not the end of the world. But 7th and below, you know, we're in big trouble. So let's all get behind the team and aim high. And I'd just like to mention, I do have a little podcast. It's called the Open Peace Podcast, where we try to get Israelis and Palestinians talking. And now, obviously, with the war in Ukraine and Russia, we're focusing on that. And hopefully, you know, that will come to a peaceful resolution as quick as possible. You know, we don't need any more wars in this world. So it'd be great if you guys could check it out. And every subscription means a hell of a lot to me and my team. So it's been great. Thank you for having me on.
I put your the link that you put in the private chat up on there.
Oh, cheers.
In
Thanks
the comments.
a lot, Will. Thanks,
guys.
a lot,
Go over
man.
and support Amir if you feel like doing so.
Much
Amir, thanks for
appreciated.
coming on, man.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Sorry, it gets a little fiery in here, but
it's all good. It's all good. I understand. It's emotions. You know, we live this team day in, day out, week in, week out, year in, year out. So you know, I understand, and we all want the best for the team. That's the truth at the end of the day.
But the problem is I know too much about philosophy for this. You contradict yourself. We all class on as world class, and you say he wasn't world class today. Then you said he had a good game. Okay, did he have a world class game today? No. Did he play below his average? Yes. But overall, did he have a good game? Sure. That is not a contradiction, right? People don't.
And overall, he's having a good season as well.
Exactly.
So
the best season in the Spurs shirt over the last 5 seasons.
Hopefully, he can keep it up. Take it easy, guys. Bye bye.
Take it easy, Omar.
What?
Okay, no.
Take care, man.
Wait, did you not say you had the best season in his Spurs shirt?
Over the last 5 seasons, yeah. Out of the last 5 seasons, this is his best season in a Spurs shirt.
Well, statistically,
just a second, because I need to go as well. I just wanted to say,
okay.
Plug yourself.
About this whole Sonny thing, I'm his bitch. If he asks me to be his bitch, I'll be his bitch because I love the guy. My opinion is, not trying to argue with anyone, but we'll ask everyone to say what's their definition of what do I expect from Son. For me, goal and assist. That's what we expect from a world-class player. He didn't do it today. He was below average. But by no means he was the worst player on the pitch. Eric Dyer, Reguilon, Bentancur, Doherty, and Harry Kane were all worse than him.
Whoa.
No, Harry Kane was by far the worst of the front three. There's no even debate about that. There's no debate about that.
Well, I mean, statistically, it's not true, but I personally agree.
Yeah, of course you do.
And
Continue.
like, if we're talking about expectations,
Yeah,
Kane,
expectations
from what
wise,
he was
yes, I agree.
doing, from what he was doing the past few games, you would expect him to do more than what he did today.
I would agree.
Yes, the difference
That's
is
why I agree.
we can admit that about Harry Kane.
Well, obviously, Dietrich can't.
He already did.
He just did it. He just denied it. What are you talking about, Cody? You weren't
No,
listening.
I said he had a shit game.
But you didn't.
He
Hold on.
called
No,
Harry Kane trash, which is the term that you've been so fucking butthurt about this whole stream. He called him trash.
Just let me finish. Very quick, I promise. 1 minute. So please subscribe to Talking Ball. Is my channel with Colin. We're going to be back this week. 188 subscribers. We're 12 away from 200. So please make sure to go subscribe. We would appreciate a lot if you guys subscribe. On Wednesday, I have a new project coming out with Dermot from Tottenham Tantrum Gold, which is called Brentford Gold. It's a channel about F1. The F1 season is coming back, and we're doing this for everyone who's a fan of motorsport. So if you like F1 motorsport, go over to Brentford Gold. And on Thursday, we have a very special stream with a friend of mine from Germany about sensible transfers from the Bundesliga for Spurs. So make sure to be there. Make sure to subscribe to his channel, to everyone's channel, to Amir's podcast as well. Go help him. And, well.
Nah, man, we're good. Come on. I'm at least good for another 45 minutes.
So I think we can all agree. End of the day, shit game. We could have won. We didn't. Top 4 is still a possibility. I prefer to manage my expectations and think we're not going to get it because I don't want to get hurt by this club anymore. But it is what it is. Hopefully on Wednesday we turn up and we win the game against Brighton, and then we win against West Ham because I hate those guys. So everyone, stay safe, take care. I love you all, and come on, you Spurs.
Yeah, cool.
Come on, you Spurs.
Yeah, cool. Keep your Twitter on the what's his name Dyer. It's too funny.
But so it depends on how you define good. Like, do you mean good for a world class player? Because like when I say Son had a good game, okay, so there's a world-class game, a great game, and a good game. Okay, so for me, good means good. It doesn't mean world-class. I'm not saying it's good for a world-class player. That's a different assertion.
Okay, wait. When you say good, do you mean decent?
Exactly what I just said. So if world-class is what Son's normal level is, okay, then you have great, and then you have good.
Then you have trash.
Okay. Then you have average. Then you have poor. So for example, I would say his Middleborough's performance. So based on that, so world class being Son's average because Son is world class. Okay. That's Son's level, world class. Okay. That being his average level. When I say he had a good game that's below world class, then you have an average game that's below good. Okay. Average for Son would be like average would be great or whatever Harry Wink's normal level is if he has a good game.
That's the whole problem is you're measuring him on the Doherty scale. You're measuring on the same scale as you would Matt Doherty.
No, it's not the same score. Hold on.
No,
listen.
It's the same scale, Will.
It's not the same scale. Listen to what I'm saying, okay? If Son Heung-min averaged, listen to what I'm saying first. You're not listening. You're interrupting.
I'm not interrupting.
If Son's average score on SofaScore is 7.3, that's the world class level.
On this?
Yeah. 7.3 is the world class level the Son performs at. Okay. So if he has a 7.3 or higher, okay. For example, if he had like, what was it last week? I think he had an 8. Okay. Right. Against Everton. He was 8 something. Okay. So that was from his world classness, that was a step above, right? An improvement on a world class, like a really, like Conte said, devastating performance. Okay. People dogged him after Everton, by the way. But I'm just saying. Then when he performs lower than that, say his average is 7.3 and he performs at 7.1, it was a knock in his chink. It was a good performance, not a world-class one. Was it an average performance, meaning average across all footballers? No. Right? Because for a good performance for Doherty is like a 6.9. That's a good performance for him if he averages 6.7.
No, but what do you compare on to the other players? I just want to use the scale for Son.
Yes. Use Son's own scale for himself. If you want to come at me from an argument, right? Use his own average for himself, 7.3. If that's his average on SofaScore, and they use the same criteria every week to judge him, and he scores a 7.1, then obviously he's performing below his average. And I've already agreed to that. I would be dumb to not agree with that.
Yeah, but 7.3 on SofaScore isn't average. That's really good.
Listen, that's Son's average, Dietrich. You're not listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth. This is very simple. Son's average is 7.3. So when he scores a 7.1, right, that means he's performed below his average. When he performs better than a 7.3, that's better than his average, right? Do you understand that?
So he wasn't good then.
Okay. If your definition of not good is below his average, then yes, he was not good. Okay, see, I have no problem agreeing with your definition if it's clearly defined.
Okay, just say that. So I just wanted to say Son wasn't good.
Yeah.
Okay, finally. Was it easy? Yes,
all I've asked you to do is to define it.
So hard.
Listen, it is so hard because you guys are refusing to define it. It's very easy. Look, having an argument is very easy. But what do you mean by bad? Not his average. Okay, I agree. Dude, done.
You don't.
All you gotta do is define it, man.
You don't have to deep it. You don't have to deep it every time, man.
Can I just say one thing, completely off topic, but it needs to be said?
Please.
Cody, my brother, how are you? I haven't been on a stream with you since I've come back. How are you, my good man?
I'm good, man. I'm real good. How are you?
I'm good. Do you know what? I went for a little walk just now and was listening to you going on. And the only reason I'm back from my walk so quickly is I went out wearing thermal gloves from England. And all I have to say is thermal my fucking ass.
Welcome back.
Yeah,
do not compare me to Bill Clinton. Not Bill Clinton. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican, so don't associate with either.
Sorry, I just had to say that and try and diffuse this because honestly, the conversation, as good as it may be, and as incredible as whatever the debate for pro whatever with Son, Kane, whatever, there are other problems at hand, and there
True,
are other.
but Brian, can I explain?
Well, it's your party, brother. It's your
I know,
party.
but I want to explain to you my reasoning for why over the last 2 or 3 weeks that I've been on the crusade that I've been on.
2 or 3 weeks?
Yeah, 2 or 3 weeks. Maybe a month at the most, right? That's the only time that I've been this hard onto it, right? This is the reason why. For example, and I'm not saying this to call you out or that you have any negative feelings towards something, but for example, you are a well-respected individual in the Spurs fan base, right? So when you go on We Are Tottenham TV,
yep,
and you say Son was awful today, and there's no conversation of by what you mean by that,
yep,
then that gives license to the people who aren't as knowledgeable about the game as you are to say Son was dog shit, we should sell him, he should be sat, right? That's not what you meant by Son was awful today.
Yeah, but I
right?
would never say
exactly.
Son to be sold because
I know that.
I know
right?
you do.
Yeah. The people who don't know you don't know what you mean by that.
Yep.
Right? So for me, countering people like Alistair Gold, giving Son a 4, when you look at that whole chain of comments, Son needs to be sat, Son needs to be sold, Son needs to be this, right? That's why I'm on this crusade. Alistair Gold has a responsibility with his 30,000 subscribers and 30,000 Twitter followers and whatever he has to be accurate. He has a responsibility to be accurate. With great power comes great responsibility to go on the Spider-Man thing, right?
I went on a sing-along. You're going superhero quotes. Let's do this.
So what I'm saying is, for me, the reason why I hope whenever I come into a conversation or a debate, and it's not my feelings or emotions, is because even with my tiny channel, I feel responsible to be correct. How can I be correct? By looking at objectivity, right? Because if I just come on my shows and I just rant and ramble, right? Then it's meaningless. I'm giving license to people who believe and say dumb things, right?
Yeah. But you only ever use your objectivity to defend Son.
No, I don't. I use my objectivity to go against players when they deserve it and to defend players when they deserve it. Just like I defended Matt Doherty last week, right? When I said he was man of the match because he was. Okay? I don't like Matt Doherty. I don't like Eric Dyer. I don't like Harry Winks. But when they have objectively performed better than what I personally think of them, that's what I'm saying. I'm being more objective because I'm willing to throw my own personal bias out the window to give a player credit when credit is due. But I am not going to say Son was the worst player on the pitch today when he wasn't. Period.
There you go.
That's it.
I would not say Son was not the worst player on the pitch.
Who was for you, Cody?
Who was for me?
Yeah, I mean, I said mine quite.
I thought Reguilon was the worst player on the pitch.
Agreed.
Son underperformed at a very high rate compared to some other players, but that's only because Son's ceiling is higher, you know? But Reguilon was horrible, I thought.
I thought Doherty was the worst player today.
Yeah, Doherty and Davies for me were the two worst.
Yeah, I thought Reguilon got into the positions. He at least gave us
more crosses, getting forward.
Yeah, more crosses, but there was really no quality to it at all. And that's the thing with him. That's his best attribute is just being busy and being energetic, which isn't enough. He's not good technically. He's not good defensively. He's just up and down the field, but it's kind of like mindless in a way. Whereas Doherty doesn't even provide that. So our wing backs are a real problem.
Well, the thing is as well, we've known wing backs are a problem for a very, very long time. This is the thing. You've got to look at it as, if we talk about the wing backs, and do you know what? When I was back in England during the January transfer window, obviously I was very public, and everywhere, especially the training ground. And I started the season, I started that window saying, I want Dusan Vlahovic, I want Dusan Vlahovic, I want Dusan Vlahovic. And it was obvious he wasn't going to come. And do you know what? As I said, at £300,000 a week that was rumoured, I don't want him at the club because he is not warranting that straight away. He may escalate to that. So then I thought, do you know what we needed? We needed an attacking midfielder, a creative midfielder. And then people were right in saying Conte doesn't play creative midfielders. His style of play is beneficial or fundamentally based on having two wing backs be his creativity. So I understood that and agreed with that. So surely the major thing that we should have gone and addressed was at least that right wing back. Because yes, maybe the left wing back, but if you look at that right wing back, since we sold Kyle Walker, we have spent over 50 million trying to replace Kyle Walker, and that's the transfer fee paid. And every single time we've bought a right back, we've downgraded. We've downgraded. So that should have been numero uno, sort this out. And again, we're being caught out. Doherty has a couple of good games. Now, I was at Man City, and in that game, Royale was great. But a lot of the reason he was great is because he had Romero backing him up and mopping everything up. But it was for him one of his better games in a Spurs shirt, if not his best game in a Spurs shirt. But then the next couple were woeful. This right wing back issue, like we've said for a very, very long time, this right wing back issue is an issue. Like we've been saying, we need a competition for Kane. Like we've been saying, we need. Every Spurs fan can see where the problem is, yet it doesn't get addressed. And this is why when I went mad when we were signed Bentancur and Kulusevski, I was like, well done, brilliant. We signed two midfielders, or whatever you want to say they are. Maybe Kulusevski, a more creative attacking midfielder. They weren't needed. We had players in that position, but we don't have players in certain positions, and there the trouble lies. And that's the biggest problem. Always has been, always will be. End of rant. Very calm rant, but end of it.
I agree with you, Brian. I agree with you. And then two, I have to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. But and then you guys can talk about me or Son or whoever you want. I don't care. I'm just saying, me. I feel a responsibility. This is the last thing I'm gonna say on this topic for today. I feel responsible to everybody who follows me on Twitter and everybody who watches my show to be accurate. I feel that responsibility personally. Right? For example, and I'm not taking piss shots at anybody, I'm just using an example because it's fresh in my mind. If I told you that Højbjerg had 5 tackles and he only had 3, I would be neglectful on my responsibility in being an honest pundit on this channel. Right? It's my responsibility to present the facts, not my own feelings. I can talk about my feelings if you want me to. Am I happy that we lost today? Absolutely not. Personally, I didn't think we played that bad today. I thought very few, right, lapses in concentration to get with a world-class player in their front line, right, Cristiano Ronaldo, cost us that match today. I thought we deserved more than just even a draw today, to be honest with you. I'm serious. I thought we deserved more than a draw today. I thought we could have won that match today. Didn't work out that way. But it's my job, if I were to come here and say, oh, we should have won. No, you guys are dumb because we should have won. No, that's not cool. Right. Gotta back my stuff up with objectivity.
Well,
but that's my own personal conviction.
One thing I will say, Will, is what I do admire, obviously, is you stand where you stay how you feel it is and whatever, which is kind of obviously exactly how I do about a certain other person, where I'm very, 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 very outspoken. And do you know what? Anyone that stands up and you base your son as you're discussing with you, I don't know exactly what to put, but you feel for Son is how you feel for Son, and everyone has the right to do that. Like I have my hatred, my pure unadulterated rage and hatred, and I will always slag that man off and point out his errors. You point out the positives in some, which is totally fair play, and I admire anyone that does that for any player, or even if someone does it on the opposite side.
Abdul, you got some. Oh, sorry, Bernie. Abdul, you get some background noise. If you wouldn't mind mute when you're not talking, that'd be great.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
And that's the case. What people got to remember when you go on and you have your channel and you say your things on Twitter, you are totally within your right to every single opinion, and you back it up with how you see it to be backed up. Like I said, people don't see me or agree with everything I say about Levy, and everyone's not going to agree with what you say about Son. But what I do have to say is I have to admire the way that you do come across and fight your corner. Let's put it that way.
Oh yeah, I mean because everything that I say, every assertion I make, is backed up and justified by objective data, right? It's none of what I say about Son is my opinion.
Yep.
I mean, it's not like the fact that he had the most passes, most progressive passes, the most runs into the box. That's all objectively true. It's not my opinion, right? Those are facts. Okay. Now, how you interpret that?
You've got a message from David, who's been a Williams Ranger.
I got it. One of the
3
best
months.
channels. Thank you, Will and panel. I appreciate that, David. Unfortunately, David, I'd put it up on screen, but for some reason, StreamYard doesn't even let those comments come through.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Like you can't even see it as a normal comment, but I can see it over here on. And thanks for letting me know, Cody, on my top chat. Can I pee now?
Of course you can.
All right, cool. I'll be right back.
It's your party and you pee if you want to. God, I'm really on a musical.
All right, now you can make fun of me while I'm gone.
I really am.
Cody. Will's a fool.
Gotcha, Dietrich.
I knew he was going to do that, Chad. He watched the stream twice.
Cody, what I need to say to you, are you going to be able to make it for West Ham?
West Ham? Maybe. We'll see.
Good. Abdul, make it for West Ham. Dietrich, if you can get down to Toronto, come for the West Ham game, because there's going to be quite a few of us. But yeah, Abdul, make sure you get down there, man. And Cody, if you can, fantastic, because we're going to try and have a big one. And that for me is a huge game.
I just want to show Will how to run his channel by showing the super chat from David. It only took me about 90 seconds, not even, to just snip that and show that I care about what he says. But Will,
I've missed being on streams with you, Cody, brother.
I do invite Will to take care of his listeners a little bit more. That's for sure, and not just entertain idiots like me.
I don't. How many of them? I mean, I don't know how many people that are in the chat are actually in Toronto as well right now. And if you don't already know, the Toronto Spurs pub is the Scotland Yard, where they open up for us every single goddamn home game, and it is a great day out there, especially when we win, right, Cody and Abdul?
Yeah, definitely. The Scotland Yard is near Union Station for anybody near or living in Toronto. Make sure you come out there because there's a lot of people. Were you there today at the Scotland Yard?
No, I was there for the Everton game.
Oh, it's okay. You were okay.
That's because Ilana, my wife, was working, and today was our first weekend together since I've been back. So I was like, I'm not going to spend an hour and a half going to the pub, watch the match, hour and a half back. So I said to her, listen, I'm going to watch it at home, and the only stream I'm going to do is I'll go on the fan show after. And then if you're asleep or want an early night, I was like, go on, darling, go on. I need to go back on. So I said I'll come on Will's show. But yeah, so didn't go there today. But I can't remember who we got next week.
We have Brighton on Wednesday, and then we have West Ham on the weekend.
Oh, is it next weekend?
Wait, is it next weekend? I'm tripping. I don't know.
Wait, what's the 11th? No, it's the 20th, I believe.
20th, yeah.
Oh, is there like an international break or so? What is it?
No, it's the international break on the 26th. What day of the week is goddamn?
We're the 12th, right?
Yeah, we're at the 12th going into the 13th.
Yes, it is next week.
Oh shit, it is
We're
next
playing
week.
next
Fuck
weekend.
me. Yeah, so next week. That's right, yeah, because people have been saying lose to Brighton, and then Catman Jess is in the building. This guy is a top guy, and we're going to go to a Raptors game together. Hopefully, he's going to take me to a Raptors game. Then we're going to go Scotland Yard for. We're going to try and do it on a weekend that Spurs are playing. But yeah, Catman Jess, I know you're a little bit further afield than Cody, maybe even. But yeah, if anyone is ever in Toronto and want to know where to watch Spurs, Scotland Yard, mate, Scotland Yard. But yeah, I didn't get down there today, but I think from when I was talking to Matt, there's about 85 people there today.
Wow.
No, 70. 70. Sorry, he said in Twitter 70.
Really?
70 people down there today. They even open up at 7 a.m. for us when it's the midday kickoffs back home. Every game they'll always open up to us. I want to try and get Jason Groves, Scott M, as many as we can. It needs to be done.
Brian, that's like 5 hours from my house.
I know. So listen, mate, you need to make a weekend of it. And if you do come down, mate, there's a spare bed here, mate. So you don't have to worry about traveling back the next day.
Yeah, thank you, brother. If it's after my finals, like after university, I swear I would be there.
Well, no worries. I mean, like I said, me and Brian Ireland plan to come to Ottawa before the end of the season.
Hopefully.
Cody, you fancy an Abdul fancy a trip up to Ottawa for a game?
Yeah. I'll promise anything right now.
There you go, Tottenham on tour. Literally, that's why we chose the name.
I just want to say to the chat as well, because this just comes across as like I hate Son Heung-min, and nothing could be further from the truth. What I really hate is trying to analyze a match of football using only statistics, because it's such a flawed way of approaching things, and any like perceived animosity between Will and I is purely brotherly love, not to be confused. So I love Son. I kind of like Will. I love Brian Daigle.
That's why I say I love you too, brother.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
I love you too, Cody.
D-Trex is the man.
I mean, yeah, just to like, I guess, piggyback off your point. I mean, like, you don't have to be afraid to criticize a player of your own team. It's okay to definitely call out if they had a shitty performance. Like, I mean, like, a lot of people don't really want to, I guess, criticize even somebody like Bentancur, because, you know, they kind of feel like if they criticize him once, it's going to like ruin his confidence, or like they have like Bentancur's already one of their favorites. I mean, there's nothing wrong with criticizing them. Like I said, Heung-min had a pretty bad performance. So did Kane. So did Kulusevski, had a decent, I guess, average performance. I mean, the whole team played bad, and I guess the game was there for the taking. Man United was not good. I was looking at that game today, and I was like, yo, we should be winning. You know, we played better for a majority of the game. We created some opportunities that we could have done better with, but I mean, it's just it sucks.
Do you think I have a problem criticizing players?
No.
Okay.
Because I seen you criticize, you know, Sergio Reguilon and Matt Doherty.
That Kane.
Every time.
Yeah. But why did I do that?
Why did you want
the numbers? Right. The numbers accurately represented my criticism. Right. When Son performs poorly,
like today.
Which performance do you think was better? Worse? Better? Middlesbrough or today? Which was worse?
Middlesbrough, because
it's worse.
Middlesbrough is a championship club, of course. Losing to them and not scoring.
I'm not talking about the result. I'm talking about Son's performance on the day.
Oh, Son. Oh, I didn't know you wanted to talk about Son more.
Look, I'm saying I got no problem criticizing someone Son's bad. Okay? I say Son plays at the level he plays in. I said Harry Kane played at the level he plays in. I said Brian Hill played at the level he plays in. I said Emerson played at the level they play in. I'm always treating every comment that I've ever made on this channel is backed up by the data. Every last one.
So have you yet spoken about the stat that they said on DAZN? I don't know if people heard the stat that didn't have it on DAZN about the corner, Manchester United's corner.
Yeah.
Oh mate, I pissed myself when I was mentioning that on Tottenham Hotspur. Oh, we are Tottenham TV. So
they hadn't scored from a corner in like 195 matches or something like that.
So it was their 150th corner this season, where they hadn't scored a goal. Guess what happened on the 151st corner? Dr. Tottenham, give me the news. It's just, mate, these commentators, you know, when you say it's the kiss of death, I mean, how can stats like this always, like we said, Ronaldo hasn't had the best of seasons. You know he's capable of this, there's no doubt. He's been in the press, not happy and all this, and then here he comes, hat-trick.
So, like, I think on that particular goal, especially that last one on the corner, if Ronaldo was originally Matt Doherty's man. Man, he was in the wrong position from the very beginning because Ronaldo was completely unmarked at the beginning of it, and Matt Doherty then made a run in to try to attempt to it after.
But if you look carefully, it was Romero's man first.
Yeah, he let him go.
And then he had Varane and Ronaldo. Then he took Varane, and then Doherty followed. And they got
after the fact. I think there was a miscommunication from the entire back line on that one.
It was terrible defending.
Yeah,
terrible defending on Ronaldo's first goal as well.
Yeah, but you know what?
The second one too. The second one as well. The one that crossed from Sancho into Ronaldo too. That all three goals today could have easily been prevented. Easily. And not only that, but the header from Ronaldo wasn't like rocket header either. Lloris literally just stood there.
Listen, all I can say with the header, it does not matter. It may have been bad defending.
I would like to see a keeper at least make an attempt for a header.
You got
right? Then just watch it go in like this.
Yeah,
there's no way he would not have got that.
Yeah, it was in that place going in the top
corner
corner where
he
wouldn't have made.
This is all I'm saying. I'm not expecting him to save it. It's not what I'm expecting. Okay, my expectation when you see that header. As soon as it comes off the head, you know the player's to your left. To at least make an effort. So you rather than stand on your line and go.
Are you saying that he has? Sorry, you have feelings about how Lloris couldn't save that unsavable goal?
I would like to see an attempt. Sure.
Or are you going to tell me that like he should have dove at least 1 meter instead of the 0.2 that?
I would like to see him make an attempt. Yes. If that's wrong,
you don't think after fucking 18 years of professional football that Hugo Lloris knows when he can't save a ball off his head?
I would like to see him make an attempt. Yes.
Yeah, he wouldn't have got close to that.
I would like to have seen him make an attempt.
He would have got posterized.
I would have liked to see him make an attempt. Yes.
I'm so well. That's nice that you feel that way, but that doesn't mean that he would have saved it.
I'm not saying that he should have dove to the ground and broken his arm, Catman Jess. I would have liked to see him make an attempt.
It happened too fast, man. I mean, come on.
It wasn't fast. Look, I'm sorry. It wasn't fast. What? If it's slow enough that you can watch it in with your eyeballs, I'm sorry.
What in slow
I'm sorry.
I would like
what goal cannot be watched by someone's eyeballs? Honestly,
do you know how fast the ball travels?
You would think about a similar situation with Son. You would never say this shit about him.
I would.
You would never say it.
I would.
Oh,
come on.
Let's not go back down that road because
you're being too harsh on Lloris on those situations.
Oh, for fuck's sake! What's the standard here?
I just told you. I would have liked to see him make an attempt. Is that a hard expectation?
But there's no.
If my son tells me, Dad, I didn't score the goal today, and I say my expectation is for you to make the attempt to take some shots today, is that a hard expectation? No.
Is it uncommon for a keeper to be frozen to the line on a play like that? Like what is the standard?
This is what I'm talking about here, Mr. Stinky, right? Stinky with the stinky opinions. Will has never actually played to understand the ferocity of the ball coming at you in that situation with presser. Do you know what position I play when I play football there, Mr. Stinky?
Center back.
Futsal goalkeeper.
Goalkeeper. So I have never actually played to understand the ferocity of a ball coming at you. I've been hit square in the jaw by a ball, a futsal ball, which anybody who knows anything about futsal would know how hard those and heavy those balls are compared to an actual soccer ball.
Well, it's
square in the jaw and have my ass knocked out. So if you're telling me I don't understand the ferocity of the ball coming at you in that situation with pressure,
you know what it is. What you got to remember as well with that, and I'm only talking about the second, the hat trick goal, the header. Corners come in. Hugo Lloris is going this way because it's obviously come from that side, and then he's hit a bullet header going the other way. So when your body's going one way to get, not saying he couldn't have, but
he wasn't even moving at all, Brian. He was standing around.
Yeah, of course. But if you look at, and I'll give you another example of the first header that comes to my mind. My favourite Harry Kane goal of all time, when he played in his first North London derby, and he scored that incredible header at White Hart Lane when Bentancur crossed it in. And Ospina just looked at it and just went to his knees. There's some headers where you just can't get to it. The first goal.
Wrong channel.
The first goal, I thought, do you know what? He got very close to it. When you first see the first goal, the rocket, it looks like it's a world-class finish, which it was, but I think he could have done slightly better on that one. You could see his fingers and his hands was just there. I don't think he can be faulted for the third goal. The first goal, maybe. The third goal,
I never said he was faulted for the third.
No, I know what you're saying. No, I know what you're saying.
I just want to see him make an effort.
Of course, no. Yeah. That part I get, but sometimes
you got to watch this goal again. It is unsavable right off the head. Like seriously, this is Lloris disrespect for sure. If we can't say that we expect certain players not to shoot directly at the goalkeeper, then we shouldn't be talking about Lloris like this. Watch it back. Have you watched it twice? You usually watch it twice, right?
Every week, yes.
How many? So have you only seen Ronaldo's third goal twice?
I mean, they played it back in replays 2 or 3 times during each match, right? I watched the entire broadcast. Not to mention, I watched the highlights after the fact. I never said that. I never said. Hold on.
I'm surprised you think that he should.
Hold on.
This is a rocket.
Hold on.
It is a.
It's not a rocket. First of all.
No, it's
Second
a rocket.
of all, I never said that I expected Lloris to save it. What did I say?
You expected him to move.
To make an effort.
So I just want to do one thing. Catman Jess, if you follow me if you send me a friend request, that is my profile picture on Facebook, sir. I believe I will be the only Brian Daigle, but that is my profile picture on Facebook. Send me a message and then I'll send you my number. So we can
It was so fast he would have jumped after it went in, would have looked more ridiculous. That's okay. I would have liked this thing to make an effort.
Of a
it's
header.
Not a rocket.
Yes, it is.
No, it was a rocket. Well, that was a rocket. You can't say
How
that.
fast was it going? How fast was the rocket go?
Oh, it was going at least like 88 miles per hour, according to Sofa.
No, it was literally just a header. Okay, it wasn't a blast of a header. Okay, Ronaldo's head didn't even do this. It was simply ball in off the head in the net.
Yeah, but
you're embarrassing
hold on.
yourself.
Slow enough.
Will
slow enough for Lloris to watch it.
Help me help you. Just stop talking about this header.
What is the average? What is the average speed of a header?
It is a rocket.
Okay. What is the average speed of a header?
Whatever it was. This
was faster than the average. I'll tell you that. Faster than the average. I don't know what the average speed is.
I mean, there's you've never watched like F2 videos where they got the radar detector out there and they do shots if you know how fast is this or that.
No, it's not accurate. It's not accurate. It's not.
Okay.
Average header 30.2 glurbtrons per minute.
Yeah. Okay. You guys can mock and make fun all you want, but when you're making assertions, there's actually things that are done. But anyway, I'm not saying Lloris could have stopped it. So your whole argument is like what? That it's unreasonable for me to expect him to make an effort?
No, it's just no. My opinion.
Show me harder headers hit. This is a
ton.
It is.
It's a ton. Just go on Google and do best headers of all time. And you'll see a bunch of them.
But Ronaldo's the best at headers. He is the best.
He is a great header. I'm not.
So it's not a
how many more times do I have to say this? Well, all I expected him to do was make an effort. I don't like it when keepers stand on their line and do fuck all. It bugs me. So all I would like him to do is make an effort. That's it.
It's like, remember the Ronaldo free kick back in his first spell at United with David James? I'm not saying they're the same thing.
Yeah.
But when you get David James just goes, I know but there's sometimes where keepers kind of just know, and they just.
But even if he would have done that, like, oh, I can't stop this. At least then it would have been obvious. But I just don't. I don't like it when
you
keepers do this.
You need to stop. You need to stop with the Lloris slander.
I didn't say anything that wasn't
stop slandering Lloris.
But he didn't make an effort, and I expect him to make an effort. That's it.
You're saying Lloris doesn't try. That's slander.
But
on that goal, he didn't make an attempt. That's not slander. It's true.
Like I never seen Lloris having like amazing reflexes. Like I never seen him do that.
Like that's his whole thing as a keeper is his reflexes.
But he never did that. Like he's not the best at it.
No, I think that's one of
the
his
best
main
thing.
I think that's
strengths.
his best attribute.
I don't
Yeah,
think. I
yeah.
don't think. No, I don't think so. Because
Reaction time is his best. Is his
His
best attribute.
reflexes, his reflex. Because you have to remember, he's a small keeper. He's not like a big commanding
Not
keeper.
yeah.
Like
He doesn't
he's
come
not
out
like-
and command the box.
I
He's
don't
not
think-
good with
yeah.
his feet. Like the only thing he's got is his reaction. That's
yeah,
it.
and his ability
Yeah,
to
but-
like be the sweeper keeper. Like that was one of his best traits.
I don't.
Like compare him
It's
to
not-
like a keeper like Edouard Mendy. Like is different.
Yeah, but you see,
Yeah.
that's Mendy. No, for me, the Mendy, that's the standard. Like amazing reflexes.
No,
That's
okay. The thing about Edouard Mendy, he's kind of like he's a unique because he's like probably like top 3 keepers in the world. So it's hard to kind of compare. But like compare him to someone like I don't know who's a big keeper like maybe like Handanovic. I mean, his reflexes is not that great, but his ability to command the box is top notch because of his size.
AG, I'm not interested in your higher standard that is subjective. Right? I'm not interested in it. Right? Unless you define shit objectively, right? Clearly, I don't care. I don't care.
As long as Son was better than Matt Doherty.
Not even my claim. Not even my claim.
Well, anyways, we need to find a new keeper because Galini is leaving, and Luis is on the decline.
I think Lloris has been worse since signing the new contract.
Yeah, true.
100%.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's been worse.
So what do we think about that?
I don't think he's down
Is it a
in tools.
mistake?
And like, no, I'm not ready to say that yet. All right. He hasn't gone like Aubameyang or anything like that. Like,
But he's not like De Gea. Like he doesn't save the game. Like he doesn't do that. If you look at De Gea, like he saves Man United every single game.
He saved us up until he signed the contract.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not ready for that yet. The numbers need to be. Right now, he's still putting up decent numbers before I make that claim.
I mean, yeah, like all 3 goals was like. I mean, none of them was really under Lloris's
No, second.
error.
No, second goal. That's Luis.
Do I think it's
No,
possible? Do I think it's
that's
possible that
harsh.
it could go that way? Possibly, but I also think that the back 3 today. If you want, I think our front 3 was way better than our back 3 today.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. No, Abdul, the second goal, Luis has to save that. He has to.
What the little square ball that Jadon Sancho? No, come on, that's tough, man.
Boy, shut up.
No, that's
He doesn't come out. He stays on his line.
Yeah,
He doesn't
that's
come
what I
out to
mean.
smother. It's obvious that Sancho's going to cut it back to
No, I think
Ronaldo,
it's a
and he
post
stays on
op.
his line.
As a keeper,
No,
you
shut
have
up.
to be, you
No,
have
yeah,
to
that's
guard
a
your near
post-op.
post. You have to guard your near post, and then when the square ball comes in, then
It's
you have
always
to quickly.
difficult.
No, that's come on.
It's
that's
like
tough,
one of the
man.
highest XG goals there is besides the penalty, dude. Like
Boy,
those crosses,
shut up.
cross above
It was
to the far post. But what I'm saying, the only difference for me, look, and this is being, if I wanted to be really picky on Lloris for that goal, he went too far, right? Because it came off it like as he was coming across from near post to far post, he had to stick a leg out and it bounced off his shin, right? So he kind of went too far. Like it's like he overcompensated for that cross. But that's being like ultra picky. I think the second goal is far more of a clear-cut goal than the header was.
No,
I mean, that's just me.
No, I don't think so.
The first goal probably was the worst out of all of them, to be honest with you.
No, that was the best goal.
The header was unstoppable though,
I don't think it's unstoppable.
wasn't it?
I really don't.
What, the
Like,
header?
young,
feel like-
young
Because-
The
Choi.
header.
Young Choi.
You know, the argument with the speed of the header is
You're talking
he
about
watches it go past him. So
Well-
if he has the time to watch it go past him, doesn't he have the time to dive?
Possibly, but you'd have to look at. I'd have to watch it back closer and see how far out from the 6-yard box it was. How many yards off of him was it? Right. A more active keeper, probably like if you had like an Ederson or something like that, might have.
It was probably the
might have
most
not
well-struck
collected.
header in the Premier League this year.
I'm not talking about the
that I
header. I'm
can
talking
remember.
about the cross.
Oh, the
Across from Sancho to Ronaldo is what he was just talking about.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, Sancho, sure.
I'd have to look to see how far outside the 6-yard box that was, right? But with the header, I just like to see him make an effort. I mean, that could be just maybe the watch it from TV bias. But his head, he literally live, and I'm not talking about the replay, live, Lloris just went. It wasn't even like a. It was literally a.
I mean, yeah.
And so for me, I would just like. At least do this, right? I'm not even saying he has to stop it. I'm just saying just take a step that direction, for fuck's sake.
I think
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but the question I usually ask myself is like, would another world-class keeper make that save? And I just say no, they wouldn't. So I just be like, all right.
I honestly think the fact that Hugo didn't make a move is a sign of his greatness, because he fucking knew.
What?
He knew off Ronaldo's head. He knows there's no chance. In fact, he probably thinks that shot, when you look at it in replay, it is so well placed in the top corner of the net.
It wasn't even in the top corner,
probably
bro.
sees that off his head and thinks,
it wasn't even in the top corner, dude.
there is no way I am getting close to this.
It
No way.
wasn't
He
even
probably
in the
thought
top
it was-
corner.
He probably thought it wasn't even on target.
I mean, yeah, but those headers are tough to save. Like, we've seen way better keepers, like concede goals that are, I guess, easier to save. Like, for example, I remember like that Didier Drogba goal in the Champions League final against Manuel Neuer. Manuel Neuer was the best keeper in the world at that time. He probably should have saved that header from the last minute corner, but he didn't. Like, these things happen.
Yeah, because shit happens. I'm not, like I said, you guys, it's so funny. You guys take everything I say to the farthest extreme possible, when literally all I said was, I wish he would have made an effort. That's it.
Can we agree on one thing? Like, I would love to see Rodon given a chance just for once.
Compared to who, though? Like, the only person I want to come out is Ben Davies.
Exactly, yeah. Fuck him. Exactly, he's shit.
This is the third game now that he's cost us.
Yeah.
The third game.
He cost us.
What do you mean? Which
Davies.
Which part? Like, for what, though? What do you mean he cost?
What did Davis do wrong today?
Second goal, that's on him.
Wait, second goal is on him, 100% on Davies.
Oh, you mean like the offside trap? You think he shouldn't?
Yeah, that's on him, yeah. 100%. That Ronaldo, that was his man. And he fucked up.
Even the first one where nobody marked him, you could have argued that was either him or Dyer. They step forward and take it. Yeah, I mean, but listen,
both stepped forward. Dyer.
Reguilon had an issue with his whole foot being out there, but you have to understand that Reguilon was running forward. He wasn't stepping backwards, right? So he was trying to.
But he doesn't do like.
But exactly.
Like, he doesn't take on his man.
Exactly. Ronaldo had Davies in his pocket on the run there. Regardless of whether he played him onside, Davies needs to play to the whistle, not raise his hand up and just let him go.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Exactly.
He
stopped. Ronaldo's making a run in behind. Davies tracks him, stops, puts his hand up in the air, right, thinking it's offside. You can't do that, right? Right now with VAR, you can't stop and put your arm up and let the player play in a run and be completely unmarked and just have a complete free shot at goal. That's what I say. That's why I say Davies is at fault for that.
No, but
you gotta play to the whistle.
No,
because they never raise the flag right now.
Yeah, but I don't understand with this two. With Dumb and Dumber, why do they raise their hand? Like, we have VAR. Why do you care about offside?
I don't know. You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be raising your hands.
What's the point? Even if it's offside or not, you have VAR. It's gonna save your ass.
Yeah, you just gotta play to the whistle. Like, look, it's regardless of whether Reguilon played the dude onside, Davies should never have pulled up and stopped marking Ronaldo. Never.
But it's obvious. Is it true that Ben Davies had more crosses than Reguilon?
Could be.
Like attacking wise. Because I saw more out of Ben Davies than Reguilon.
Let's see. Ben Davies had the lower score on the day. He had one cross,
like
0 completions. And Reguilon had 7 crosses and 0 completions. So they both had 0. completions. But no, Reguilon crossed the ball far more times. Dude.
Imagine if we had Angelino. Just imagine.
No player, dude. Players have like a cross is one of the least successful passes you can make.
Yeah, but he's not good, man. He's not good.
I'm just saying, like in a cross, if you get 50% completion on your crosses, that's like a banging day. That's like Doherty against Everton, right?
But I think Angelino has many successful crosses.
Bundesliga tax.
That's probably because he puts in many more crosses.
Yeah, but if you put like 17 and you have 50%, that's actually pretty good. Bro.
Yeah.
Well, for example, if you look at Trent, he puts in a lot of crosses and he misses a lot of them. But eventually, one of them works.
One of them sticks.
Yeah, but at least they're dangerous. You see, with Reguilon, like they're not dangerous. Like they're.
Some are. Today weren't good. Today wasn't good.
I agree, but he also doesn't cross enough. 7 crosses isn't a lot.
Yeah, because he can't take his man on. Like he's not capable.
So let's see, like for example, Trent Alexander-Arnold in his most recent match was Brighton, 7.9, and one of the best players on the day, Joel Matip, was the man of the match. He had 9 crosses and 5 were successful. So like I said, it's less than 50%, or rather just above 50%, right? When you have that, you're like an 8. Like that's a great performance when you hit 50% of your crosses.
Yeah, but that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 50% is a great number. So like for some 1 out of 7, right? That's not a horrible number.
No, that's not good. Bro.
It's not good. Hold on.
Not
good,
one thing.
not horrible.
I just want to say one thing because obviously there's a bit of arguments going on in the chat. And all I will say is, listen, Aaron is a top dude and a very close personal friend of mine, Stan. He is not a troll. He follows all of these channels, mate. So listen, we all have difference of opinions, but there's no need for getting personal with anyone. And like I said, Aaron is a very, very close friend of mine and the channel, and I will vouch for that.
I hope not. Yeah, no, Aaron's a good dude. He's definitely not a troll. Stan Wrongcloth. I don't know what that means. I don't know who played worse than Sun tonight. Who played worse than Sun tonight, in my opinion? I don't know who that is, but definitely not a troll. People have different opinions, but he's definitely not a troll.
That's it. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut in there.
He may be wrong. He very well could be like wrong as that's happened before too. But he's definitely not a troll, though. Definitely not a troll.
I'd like to know you guys' thoughts about the transfer window, considering that we actually haven't bought Romero and Kulusevski yet, because that's about 90 million that we haven't spent
Romero
yet.
we have to buy Romero.
Yeah, but we haven't spent the money.
Yeah, we haven't spent the
money.
money.
We haven't spent it. Yeah. And same with Kulusevski. I think that's around 40 million we haven't spent as well. So considering that, that's going to be around.
Kulusevski's an obligation if we get Champions
League. If we get top 4, yeah.
Well,
but you have to remember, it's an 18-month
18-month loan. So we don't have to pay till the end of next season.
Exactly. So we don't got to worry about that this upcoming summer.
Yeah, but if you
so let's say there's 50 million, or is it 55 for Romero? We have to pay.
It's like £45 or something like that. 55 million euro.
That's a deal. That is a deal.
£45 and a packet of crisps.
But my question is, how much more do you actually think we're going to spend? Because that's around 50 million already out of our budget, and we're not really going to sell anybody off value, because I really don't think the Ndombele 65 million is going to happen. So what are we going to do? Because we're not also, I mean, okay, maybe I may be negative, but let me say, I don't think we're going to get Champions League.
Okay, so hold on.
Then what?
Look. Thinking something isn't going to happen doesn't make you negative. It makes you skeptical, okay? Like, we got to stop using this word negative, okay? There's a difference between being skeptical and negative. What you just said was not negative, right? It's skeptical, right? There's nothing wrong with being skeptical, It just means it's a low probability, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So you're just being skeptical. You're not being negative, first of all, and I necessarily agree with you, right? Probability suggests, right? If you look at history of Levy and how he operates, the odds of him spending a lot of money this window is low, right? Like it would be a what's the term now? Not abnormality, but similar. Anomaly. Thank you. An anomaly that he did, right? So it would be a statistical anomaly if he spent a lot of money this window. So I agree with you. The probability is low, right?
So what does that mean for Conte and us moving forward? Because if we are to play this system, it's clear that we need many positions to be strengthened.
Yeah, let me just Conte's leaving, and you're gonna see Paratici going to PSG.
Yeah, we're fucked.
Simple as.
Let me just add to this here. What you got to remember now with this whole season ticket renewal prices, or not prices, the window now. A lot of people I knew, and I've got to be careful what I say here because Cody's in the comments, or no, in the chat, so there could be clips here. So I'm going to word this very, very carefully. So I have a lot.
He's too drunk to clip anything right now.
Oh mate, he's got so much dirt on me. But thankfully, believe me, we joke about this. You want to talk about slander? I've got Cody with me and being clipped. So I know a lot of Spurs fans that when it comes to season ticket renewal were very, very, very. Oh, he's showing his face just for this seat, so I know he's lurking. So there's a lot of people that have been saying, right, this is it, enough. And there's a huge amount of people that were saying, I'm waiting till the very, very last moment, which would have been in June, like it does every single season, to the last possible date to renew my season ticket to see if money has been invested in the club, as in on transfers. And if they hadn't, they weren't going to renew. And then all of a sudden, let's take that option away from them. Now, I've said it on every single stream, as much as I hate the parasite, I would love everyone to renew their season tickets, especially if they're Levy out, because people work hard all year round for this one bit of joy, which is what they pay for. This is their out, this is their thing that they do, this is their passion. And you give your season ticket up. And when these people do go, it's going to be a nightmare to get it back. But what he has done now is asking all this money to come in early. If we don't start spending or signing players early, he's dug a hole even deeper for himself. What he's done is ridiculous. And as Cookie said, 50 million has got to go straight away to Atlanta, or whatever it is, 50 million euros, whatever it works out in pounds. There'll be another instalment for the Kulusevski loan. I'm sure it's not all just one lump sum when we paid him. I'm sure there's got to be some kind of fee. That's money that's gone. The season ticket money's coming in. Where is the NFL money? Where is the Joshua money? Where is the training kit sponsorship money? Where is the shirt sleeve sponsor money? And once again, as someone said in the comments, naming rights. Well, you might know this guy a hell of a lot better than me. The guy that they've hired from the NFL or Dallas Cowboys or Dolphins to actually get the naming rights done. I can't remember his exact name, but he's been on the board now for about 18 months with the most cushiest job in the world. I mean, the amount of naming rights. This, when it comes to transfers, I don't even think we're going to get 4 players. I don't even think, with players coming out, I don't even think 4 players will be coming in. I think this season ticket renewal, he's got to spend big and quick, and he won't. And then Pandora's box is going to be well and truly open again.
Yeah, it's a good one. But I do want to go with what's going on in here and like some accusations, man. So the guy who attacked someone and accused of being someone or not is a victim. Great diligence, guys. don't know what you're talking about, I've gone through the comments here and I pulled up this entire conversation thread, right? And the only one that I see calling people names is you, Stan, to be frank. Right? I'm from England, you nut. Aaron Dub is a troll. Relax the geezer. I don't see anywhere in the comments that Aaron's made a particular claim calling you out. And if he has, it was a long time ago because it's not in the chat record, right? So that means it's gone back all the way till 9:59 p.m., which was 2 hours ago. Just saying. You know. Just saying.
It's all love in this. It's all love in this, or it should be all love in this community. But yeah.
But no, yeah. I'm just. Yeah. It is my responsibility to handle the comments, and if there's fights and stuff going on, try to come to a conclusion. I try to be fair. If I missed a comment where Aaron said something, I would tell Aaron to be nice too. That's just what I do. I don't think we're playing favorites here. Stan, I mean, like, I don't think he's trolling anybody. You keep saying he's trolling. And if you're going to keep doing that, that's what we call an ad hominem attack or name calling, right? I'm just going to time you out, man. Just going to time you out. Let's try to not do that, right? But we got West Ham or Brighton coming up on the midweek. You think we'll be bounce back, or do you think that we're gonna be screwed again?
So Brighton, I said it before this game as well. Brighton, I'm more concerned about than the Man U game, and the only reason I say that, people talk about bogey clubs and whatever, and I really believe that there's something in there. I really like when I was growing up. My first away game I ever went to was Aston Villa, and it was the 1994 season with Klinsmann, and we went years and years and years where we just couldn't beat Villa. There was just something about it, we just couldn't do it. And I think we beat Brighton when they first came up. But if you look at our recent games at Brighton, we got battered by them under Jose Mourinho last year. The season with Poch, or I don't know if Jose was in, but that's when Hugo broke his arm or dislocated it, whatever. It seems to be one of these grounds where we struggle. And I honestly thought we would get a better performance today and struggle Wednesday. And I'm very concerned about the Brighton game. And it's not because we've just lost. I'm going on, this is a ground that we don't do well at. And I am worried about this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a mixture of things. I think, well, because I watched Brighton play Liverpool earlier, and they played very well. They played very, very well. For most of the first half, they were the better team, and Liverpool got a goal, honestly, against the run of play. And when Liverpool go a goal ahead, it's very difficult. So they played very well. They always play well. They play good football and stuff. And when you think about it, it's a midweek game. We have less time to prepare for the game as well. We have to go away to Brighton as well. We just came from a loss where maybe we don't deserve to lose, but it wasn't a great performance. So considering all of these factors, it doesn't really look good. Considering also our away form isn't that good as well. So I can see us struggling. I really see us struggling against Brighton, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people. It seems to be the common thread in the chat is that the current win-loss, like people are doing that. Like Simon says, never boring. With the win-loss, we'll beat Brighton. Stinky says bet on black, right? We're gonna beat. We're gonna beat Brighton. Next game we lost. We just lost. Next game is clearly a win. But coin flip, man. Coin flip. No, look, I like to look at, like, I watched the Brighton Liverpool game today as well. I thought the second half, Brighton didn't look that good. And if you can see with the Diaz goal, they can be get at on the counterattack, and that's what we're best at. And if you see the high line that they played against Liverpool today, if they come out and play that high line against us, they're going to be playing into our hands. And this is Liverpool we're talking about. You think if there's any team that you're going to sit back on, it's going to be Liverpool, right? There's no reason for them to come out against Liverpool and sit back against Tottenham, right? Like, I mean, am I wrong in that? Or
no, you're right. But you know what?
No, they will sit back. No.
The biggest concern about for me isn't even this game. It's the thought that St Tottenham's Day could soon be coming back.
I think so.
That terrifies me. And the fact that can you imagine? St Tottenham's Day comes back, they get top 4, and West Ham finish above us.
I can't get Stan here.
All I will say is I will be happy that I live in Canada, because the grief that will be going on back home, if that happens, and it's if the Filth get a result tomorrow, it's 6 points again, and there is a real possibility that St Tottenham's Day, what's up, Bryce brother, could be coming back. And even if it does, whether we believed that the players Arsenal bought were correct, I mean, I laughed at Ramsdale, but he's turned out to be a great buy. They backed the manager.
I think White's kind of been a flop.
But you know what? Whether it's been a flop or not, they said to Arteta, here you go, we're going to back you, but the buck stops with you. They've lost Aubameyang. They're going. They've brought in Smith Rowe, who I think is a wildly underrated player. Wildly underrated. And
you mean Odegaard?
No, Emil Smith Rowe.
He came from the academy, though.
Yeah, I'm saying I think he's wildly underrated.
Brought him through, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, he's brought some youth through. He's been allowed to be back. Like we said, Ben White, 50 million. Whether we think that's good business or not, personally, I don't. But they said, here you go. That's what you want. Here you go. Ramsdale, 2 relegations. Here you go to replace Leno. Come in, look like a breath of fresh air. They have backed the manager and kept him in place when he's had 3 or 4 opportunities or 3 or 4 occasions where he could have gone. They've said to him, here you go, biggest spender in Europe in the summer. This is your team now. This is what we expect. And they're now starting, whether they've been lucky or other teams have been crap around them, they are there where they are. And if they finish above us, spent the most in Europe, invested in youth, or got what the manager wanted, it just does not look good, does it?
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, but no, I hear you, but it's just, I just don't know. Like, if anybody think about the Arteta thing, if I give Arsenal credit for anything, it was that they stuck by Arteta, right? They gave him the opportunity to try to put together his thing, right?
Yep.
And that's all I'm asking for Conte, dude. I'm telling you right now, if we even finish in 7th and we have to play in the Conference League this year, as long as Conte stays, I don't care, dude. I don't care, right? Look, if we sign even two players in the summer window, but they're quality, decent for now players, and Conte stays, and we go on, and we have to struggle right through next season in order to get, or through this rest of the season in order to get, improve next season, I'm okay. Like I want us to succeed. I want us to win titles. I want us to win the league. Conte's already said he's willing to stay next season. He's already said that, right? I kind of see Conte as being a prideful guy, meaning that if he says he's going to do something, he doesn't go against his word, right? I've never seen him contradict himself. He seems to be that guy for me. Let's keep Conte. Let's get one or two more players like we did with Bentancur and Kulusevski this season, because we all know their improvements are what we had, right? You get rid of Lo Celso and you get rid of Ndombele. You don't try to bring him back. You don't try to play, you just get rid of him, whatever you can get for him. 30 million, 20 million, doesn't matter. Just get what you can get, right? Bring in one or two quality players. We need left. I would say priority number one is right wing back. Priority number two is left center back. Right. You improve those two positions. Right. Then if you sign a backup striker or something like that, another midfielder, that's a bonus. Right.
Yep.
Do at least that. Like if we were to do at least right wing back, center back, left center back, get Davies out of the starting 11. I would say 7 out of 10 window. Right?
Depends on the players, doesn't it?
Yeah, it depends. I'm talking ready-made now, right? Not these players for the future type BS. Because we got Sarr coming back, right? Coming into the squad for the first time next season, so that's a help in the midfield, right? We've got other players, right? We have to sign a right wing back, and we have to sign a left center back, in my opinion. Those two right now, right, with Bentancur and Kulusevski coming in January, priority number one, right? Priority number one for me, right? I asked for a right winger in the summer. We got Kulusevski, right? I'm happy with that now. Sufficient for me to not rant about it. Gotta be, right? Backup striker is in the third spot for me, right? We got Bergwijn or whoever. I mean, they can't do a great job, but they can do a job. But right now, Davies has to be upgraded, right? Doherty and Emerson have to be upgraded. Have to be.
But the thing is, well, when you say that, you're completely right. But let's just say they both need to be upgraded, and we can get two right backs. They're going to have to get rid of those two because we're not going to have four right backs on the books. And then it comes to the fact, will we take the money? What I want to see is if Conte says, let's say an offer comes in for Emerson, Doherty, who we signed for, I think, 13 million. I can't remember how many years he's got in his contract. I think he's got 2 more years or a year left on his contract. Let's just say an offer comes in for 6 million. 6 million. Does Conte say, right, get him out, so I've got the 6 million? Or does Levy say, no, I want 8, 9, whatever, and try and string it out? What we've got to do is, if Conte is in charge and he says, I want this one out, cut your losses. You're going to have to cut your losses anyway because we're going to need to spend big. We have to spend big. So if you can bring whatever you can bring in, like you said with Ndombele, if someone offers 25 million for him, take it. Get 200 grand off the wage bill, take it. It's a foreign player off the books. It's 200 grand off the wage bill a week. Invest that money where it needs to be. If Conte says, I want a 32-year-old right back, and I'm just picking a 30, whatever, like he did with Ashley Young at Inter Milan.
Yeah.
Don't be, there's no sell-on fee or, his age. If he wants player X, get player X. Not a younger model that could be like player X.
Yeah, I mean, like, if it's a guy you can get on a free and you're paying him high wages, but it's for, like, Conte's contract ends in, like, 2 years or a year at the earliest, 2 years at the most, just sign him on a 2-year contract and pay him the wages. Like, just get it done.
That's the thing. And that's what we need to do. It needs to be, like I've said, if Conte is in the dugout, first game of the season, it means he's got the players he wants, he's got what he needs, and top 4 is a guarantee.
No, 100%.
Guarantee.
It's like we signed Joe Hart for on a free, paid him all those wages.
Yep.
For that old player over Gazzaniga, which Joe Hart is nowhere near as good as Gazzaniga was. For what? You signed him on a 1-year contract, sold him off for $1 million, right? Like, do that already. Like, it diverges. Whoever's out of contract. There's a lot of people out of contract in the summer. You got Kempf over there from the Bundesliga, who's not a bad left-footed center back, on a free this summer. Sign him. Who cares? Right? Yep. Sign him. He's like, his transfer value is like 6, 7, 8 million pounds. Sign him.
Well, you know, I was doing some research. Cameron Carter-Vickers, all right, we send him out on loan and make money. I can't remember how old he is. He's 20-something. He has not played a proper competitive Premier League game for us. He has made over £7 million in wages as a Tottenham Hotspur player. But we keep sending him out on loan and recoup him, but that's £7 million. Just sell him to, if Celtic want him, just get him out.
Yeah. Sell him. Whatever they've got. Like, we didn't pay anything for him, so he came out of our academy. So sell him.
This is it. This is
One
what
thing
we've got
I'll
to do.
say is looking at our January, because I remember when Conte came in, everybody was like, big January is coming, 100 million and everything like that around the time he came in. Most of us didn't believe it, and it didn't happen, obviously. But the one thing that concerns me most about what we did in January is how long we took to make the signings. Because we knew going into the window that I'd say us and Newcastle were the two teams in the league looking forward most to the window. But we waited up until the last day or second last day to make any signings. There was the whole Traore thing that happened. Whatever the reason was for him not coming, it didn't happen, but it was obvious that we wanted him.
Yeah.
There was the DS thing and everything happened, right? But my biggest worry is the lack of conviction in taking action and being like, these are our targets. We're going to go in early. We're going to get it done. And who knows, if we get these players earlier on, maybe our January isn't as bad as it was and we're in a better position in the table. Maybe we go through to the Carabao Cup final. We don't know. But because of how we delayed it, we were in a worse situation where we had to play Doherty at left wing back, for example, against Chelsea.
Yeah.
So Cookie, I don't know if you saw it. On January the 6th, I was on We Are Tottenham TV with Ben. And
Bye, Cody.
We had a huge transfer debate. And I was saying exactly this. 1 week into the window, here we go. Just rumour. And me and Ben got right into it. I said, this is going to happen again, that we get to the last few days of the window and something will be pulled out. And once again, same thing happened. It happened every single time. This was blatantly another. Remember, Paratici is going to have all power over footballing decisions. Well, that was not a Paratici window. That was not a Paratici window, and it's happened the same time. Even back to Poch, he always said he wants his players before pre-season because he has a grueling training regimen that they do, and he needs the players together. And still, we don't listen. It's always the same, Cookie. Always the same.
No,
and one name that just disappeared is Kessie. What happened to that? Because he's still a free agent. Nobody has signed him yet. And we were apparently the leading club in signing him, but that has just gone away, and there's nothing about it now.
I think you'll hear it in. I don't know if Bentancur has necessarily filled that spot or not that they wanted for him, but different player. But no, I mean, I hear you. I definitely think that there's some hard parts. But look, so for me right now, I just have a hard time talking about the transfer window. This, and it's not that it's not relevant or blah blah blah, but it seems to me like instead of focusing on the here and now with this club, we're always like next window, and it's like the goalpost just keeps getting pushed back and back and back and back to the point where I'm just like, I'm tired of talking about windows. I'll talk about a window in a window, but outside of the window, I'm tired of it because it's like the excuses, like when it comes to in January, we're going to do this. Okay. Then January comes and goes. In the summer, we're going to do this. And in the summer comes and goes. It's like, I'm done. I'm done with the whole, the window thing. Because we all know what needs to be done in the squad, and we all know the squad's not good enough. And so I would just rather point the finger at Daniel Levy and be done with it, because he's the one in the end of the day who's responsible for everything that goes on at the club, path of the club, the success of the club. And right now it's just not good enough, and it hasn't been good enough for years. So I'm tired of.
Well, this is why I went mad on Twitter when we announced our tour of South Korea. I was like, well done. You announced that 5 months early. How about you start looking for transfers right now and start approaching free transfers and doing things?
Yeah.
This is the bit that really frustrates me. The way they handle things. Because if we come out and we hear they haven't had their meeting yet, they haven't done this, this should all be happening now. All should be happening now. They should have a list already of potential targets, whether we make the top 4, which obviously I don't think we will, but there should be those are the targets: Europa, Conference League, or if we have a season, those targets should be identified right now, and they should be speaking to right now. And you've got to remember how big this transfer window is, especially with the World Cup coming up. Because if you don't get these players in this summer,
early, because the season starts in like August, right? Or end of July.
Yeah, but it's not just that. Well, what you got to remember is if they have a good World Cup and you don't get it sorted in the summer, their price goes through the roof. Through the roof. So
yeah, I mean, if we have a good scouting department, the World Cup shouldn't make a difference.
Well,
but AG, I don't know what you're talking about. You're welcome to come on here. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. You're welcome to jump on here and talk to me about philosophy. I don't think I'm wrong. That'd be an interesting debate. If you want to set up a special show or something like that, DM me on Twitter or send me an email. All that stuff. But yeah, man. But it's we're 3 hours and 46 minutes here. We're at 11 or 12. We're already past. I wanted to end around 11:30 midnight. Mr. Brian and Cookie. I know Cookie, you got a channel, and so does Brian. Mr. Brian Daigle. Brian Daigle's done it once before. We'll let him do it again, but we're gonna go with Cookie first. Cookie, tell people where they can find you.
Oh well, it's just Cookie Crusher. There's an 8 in there. I don't know why it just stuck. But
Boom.
Yeah, Cookie Crusher. I have a YouTube channel. I do FIFA stuff, so it's a little bit more lighthearted. Oh, okay.
But you do it good.
So it's a little bit more lighthearted.
Hold on. Can I roll this out for you a little bit? Let me plug you a little bit. So Cookie Crusher, right? For guys, he doesn't just do a FIFA video, right? He does the video, right? But then he like voiceovers over the top of it. He's got a suit on like a manager. He's calling play by play. It's actually probably one of the I don't really like watching gameplay. It was one of the most entertaining FIFA like live gameplay things I've ever seen. You do a great job, dude. I was impressed.
Yeah, thanks for the kind words, man. I try to make it a bit different, but yeah, that's what I do. And then Cookie Crusher on Twitter. But yeah, man, just thanks for having me on, man. I've always wanted to come on, been following all of the channels. Brian, everybody just love what you guys do. So yeah, just thanks for allowing me to come on today. So appreciate it.
Hey, you know, you're always welcome to come on the show, man. And like, I'm serious. It was kind of like you were the manager on the sideline during the live FIFA play, right? That's what made it so fun for me, right? Like that was the concept, and I thought it was really good. It wasn't just you sitting there with your controller like da da da, like you were, you know.
Yeah, that's the idea.
It was good fun. So everybody check out Cookie Crusher on YouTube. If you put his name in the search.
I've just subscribed.
Yeah, subscribe to his channel there. I'm going to throw the link in there if I can find it here. Cookie Crusher. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Always hate it when I search in the top bar rather than the search bar on it.
Rookie mistake. Wookie mistake? Yeah, I think I must be getting tired. I think Bryce was right.
But Cookie Crusher there. Change the filters to channel.
I'm digging the music in the background again. It's like Grand Theft Auto music.
Yeah, it's just back there doing what it does. Why did it do that? I'm having problems now again. Anyway, there it goes. One word. Crusher. There he is. He's got a lot of videos here. I'm gonna throw his channel name in the chat. 50 subscribers. Let's try to get him to 100 today because we still got 57 people watching. Boom. There's the link in the chat. Everybody go subscribe to Cookie Crusher if you like FIFA. Like I said, dude, I'm serious. I'm just not even a joke. And I'm not fluffing him up or anything like that. I don't like to watch people play games online. I think it's dumb. And it was actually entertaining. So, take that from me. Take it how you like it. You may not like it, but I did. But, Brian.
Yes, sir.
Tell the people one more time where they can find you if they don't already know.
So, as I said, first of all, I was promoting Bobspur TV. That's the one to go for too. But yeah, where you can find me is Tottenham on Tour.
Put the fundraiser link in there once before. About to do it again.
Yeah, that GoFundMe is doing well, and thanks for all the support of the good man, Superman himself, Bobspur. But yeah, you can find me and the other three at Tottenham on Tour, where we have a lot of new shows coming out. A lot of them will be pre-recorded, but we will be bringing you a lot of new content, so keep your eyes peeled on that. And obviously, that's the YouTube channel. You can find us on socials. It's all Tottenham on Tour with no space. And yeah, if you haven't subscribed, come over and join us and be part of the Tottenham on Tour family. But once again, Will, it's great being back on your channel, mate, and everyone like and subscribe to Will's phenomenal channel.
It's always good and fun. And yeah, you've been over there.
I have
for so long that you haven't realized what's been going on here.
Exactly. It was
right.
Mate, I started watching the shows, but I was falling asleep, man. Not because of the content, but because of the time.
Yeah.
And you know what it was? As you've seen, even when I was here and I said I got to go to bed, I got a brand new job, and I'd be in the comments and you'd be like, "Go to bed, Brian," and then I'd just appear again. So yeah, it was very hard, and I had to turn off in case I would have been coming on at like 2-3 a.m. and all hell would have broken loose.
I don't know if Bryce is like trolling you right now, but just go watch the first 2 hours of the show, dude. But yeah, no, Brian, it's glad to have you back. We're glad to have you back on the show. We've missed you a lot, and I'm sure your wife has too. Even though I got to see you quite a bit because I watched stuff during the day. I'm lucky to have more free time when you were awake over there, but it's been good. It's been great, folks. Today is Sunday now.
Remember the clocks go forward for us today, but yeah, we lose an hour's sleep shortly.
Oh, do we? Is today daylight savings time?
Yeah, 2 o'clock. It becomes 3 o'clock.
Spring back.
No, spring forward.
Oh, spring forward. Fall back, spring forward. That's what's funny about that, because you can spring back and spring forward, and you can fall back and fall forward. So it doesn't. The analogy doesn't help clarify. But we're going. I think we're on daylight savings time now. We're going back to regular clock, correct?
Who knows? Just all I know is it's going to be lighter earlier and stay lighter for longer. That's all I know.
I like that. We got to get rid of this old daylight saving time. It's so old and old fashioned. Nobody's right. The majority of Americans and people in North America aren't farmers anymore. So
I don't know if anyone's seen my social medias where I'm showing how racist Canadian Alexa is to English people.
Because how racist Canada is to English people.
Oh, Canadian Alexa.
Oh.
Because I keep saying, Alexa, when do the clocks go forward in England? And it's come up with when you turn it upside down. It's told me about the history of the NFL. It's told me, literally, just check any of my social medias and you'll see what I've been commenting.
Oh, sorry, cookies. I guess he's checked up.
It's just craziness, but yeah, it is going to be an hour forward for us tonight.
Yeah, I agree with you. And for me, it's like, you know, I don't know. I'm just Brian. I'm tired of the drama. Like, maybe I'm at a point right now where like you kind of were after that protest, right?
Yeah.
Where you just like, I'm tired of it, right? Like, seriously, out of all of the players in our squad that we need to be complaining and moaning about, Son is not one of them.
No. That
right?
I can agree on. That I can wholeheartedly agree
So
on.
why is the fan base so adamant to say sell him, sit him, bench him, right? He's got to earn his spot. Who does he have to earn his spot against? Steven Bergwijn? Are you seriously saying that Steven Bergwijn is able to perform at the level of Son? Right?
No,
People out here, Kulizeski's better than Son. Like, I'm seriously, out of all, you're talking about a man who just gave 5 years, the best 5 years of his career to Tottenham Hotspur, when somebody else in the squad isn't willing to commit to that.
Yep. Well, mate, when when I gave Son an 8 after Man City. And I had my reasons, like I said, and 8 is still a great mark. A great mark. When I did the player ratings with Simeon, the YouTube comments itself were calling me racist. And I was like, me racist? I was like, 8 is still a great score. Listen, Son on his day is a super. On his given day, there is no one else I'd rather on that left wing in world football than Heung-min Son. Not just because of what he's capable of, but his personality, his feelings for the club. People have bad days, and he's had a couple of them. And that, do you know what? That doesn't mean he's the worst player on the team. It certainly doesn't mean sell him by any way, size, shape, and form. And this whole thing just completely kicks off. It's like when people blame Winks, everyone's like, get rid of it, and it's all bad because everyone agrees.
Yeah.
But saying to Son, sell him, is ridiculous. It's ridiculous because you're not just thinking. What you got to remember: if you sell Son, forget what he's doing on the pitch, whether you like what he's doing or not. The money that man brings in from the Far East is unbelievably huge, and the second he goes, that market goes, and it's a huge source of income for Tottenham Hotspur. So it's not just the player you're losing a shitload of money.
I agree with you, Brian. And here's another thing for me too, is you got to understand, right? I'm probably one of the only American or English speaking pundits who's fluent in Korean.
Oh, right? Without doubt.
Okay. I get DMs in Korean like crazy.
I can imagine.
Right? After every match. Okay. Now, am I defending Son because of those DMs? No, I'm not. Okay. I feel responsible because of those DMs, right?
Yep.
So I'm not agreeing with their opinion because they're DMing me, but I feel a responsibility, right, to be accurate. Like when they send me a whole list of stable of facts, right? Videos with lists of facts.
Mm-hmm.
All of these things. I look in, I double check, and they're right. I'm not even joking, like just to be a twat, because I like doing that. Boom. Of myself. People think I just go to SofaScore and I look up, like I don't redo research and I don't do stuff. I go and do my own analytics, pull up the whole thing, right? You're looking at the best seasons. So this is the question that I had, and this will be the last thing on the show.
Yeah.
Okay? So this is Kane's. Let me zoom in on this puppy here if I can. I don't know why there's a 1 there, but it's right here. Why can't I scroll over? Okay. So looking at the numbers here, you can see that it reflected in the data 6.95. So other than whatever this window here, that he had a big injury that he was out for like the half of the season, you can see that reflected here in the number of goals that he scored. That he still scored a lot of goals in the second half of the season, 8 and 10 and 19-20. But in 18-19, you see there's a drop off here. He only scored 5 goals in the second half of the season.
Yep.
This is Harry Kane. So you can obviously a statistical drop off, and you can see it in the numbers reflected that this is his least out of his career. 9, 7, 9, 8, 7, 7. If we're looking at the total of all of his, so you got goals, build up, that means goal contribution from open play, goal chain, being involved in the build up, key passes, assists, da. This is his worst season. The numbers are reflecting the down tool of the first weeks. Okay. Now, if Son is also on a current run of bad form, like the way people have been going about Son, it's like he pulled a Kane. The last 6 or 7 weeks, he pulled a Kane of the first 18 weeks, right?
Right.
The numbers don't show that. In fact, it's his best season since the 16-17 season, right? And the only reason why that season was really good is because he scored a bunch of goals and only had 2,000 minutes, right?
Yep.
He's at 2,000 minutes right now. His second best season in a Spurs shirt ever. His most consistent in the last 5 years. 5 years in goals, assists, build up, chain. You're looking at the scoring frequency of his goal contributions. I mean, you're talking 50% of his games he was scoring in the first half of the season, and he's scoring in 43% of the games in the second half.
You know what it is, Will? What I think it is as well, I think Kane and Son together last season were so on fire and just unstoppable that seeing that there was a breakdown, obviously with Kane in the first half, and I agree with you as well, as you know, when it comes to downing tools with Kane, I completely agree. They set themselves such high standards last season where that telepathic relationship has only been seen in pieces as opposed to constantly last season. That has had a dramatic impact on how people are seeing things. If you know,
I agree. But you know what I think the difference is though? Because if you really look at it right here, right? Because there actually should be another 1 in here because he scored again last week, and this is before I'd updated it. These 2 matches are what everybody's basing that opinion on, because every other match was a goal scored, 2 or 3 not scored, goal scored, 2 or 3 not scored, goal scored. This is not even including his assists. This is just scoring frequency, right? How many matches? Right, the total here, right? He scored an 8, right? Count as 8.
Yep.
In the first half of the season, he scored an 8 in this half of the season, right? In the second half, he dropped way down, 5 out of 19, right? Right now, he's like 4 out of 8 or 4 out of 9.
Yeah.
Right, 43%. Okay, so what I'm saying is like his form second half of last season was far worse than it is now.
That's right.
As far as consistency is. And that's what I'm saying. We latch on to that Southampton 4 goals and that United 2 goals. We latch on to that. Those 2 games.
Yep.
And our whole opinion of what Son is based on that now. And I just think it's not fair, right? When he's right now being far more consistent at scoring in 43% of his matches as far as 26%.
No,
that's a huge difference.
That it is, and I'm going to have to say, Will, I am dropping right now, so we're going to have to end this because I'm about to.
I'm about to drop too.
I'm literally about to crash on this like bang. So I just want to say my final 2 words, which are, as always, Levy out.
Levy out. Bryce, we love you too. You're trolling me. That's all good. It's all good. I love you. But folks, we'll be back Wednesday for the post-match after the Brighton game. Brian, I'll send you the link as always. Folks at home, stay strong. Stay Spurs. We'll see you in Brian.
And as always, Levy out.
Levy out. And we'll see you guys next time. Peace.